The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, their bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that a flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Yeah, we ran out of patience. Boil up with the cold hard hatred. I can feel the vibration. Feet in the streets, it's a new sensation. I wanna break faces on the pavement. I wanna make greatness look complacent. Adrenaline awakened, I can taste it. We can make an impact, grab and then take it. Like a disease, bring them to their knees. No day for fantasy. Rage is like a wind, spread into the streets. Time to make them bleed. Cause we just want retribution. Let's go light up the darkness. Make true of an empty promise. Flip cards into weak and harmless. Take to the streets and turn them to a mosh pit. Cause we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution. Oh yeah, we want retribution.
In a world that's trying to tear us apart, they throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadows, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the sake of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of the hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
It's a glorious Sunday, ladies and gentlemen, in the once great state of Virginia. You are here at the hebdomadal event of every single week, and that is the Church of the West. And I am Jason, your hierarch. Featured stories today. What now? Whites only community sued. Shocking anti-white op revealed. And White House gunman's secret. The go-free lesson of the day, repentant villain. Your comments and questions, and then there's this. 3 nuns get killed in a car crash. When they go to heaven, they're confronted with St. Peter at the gate. And Peter says, I'm afraid to enter. You'll have to answer a question. Only one question, but you'll have to answer a question. He says to the first nun, don't worry. The questions are easy. What was the name of the first woman? And she says, Eve. And he says, right, you're in. He then says to the second nun, where did Eve live? And she says, well, I know that's the Garden of Eden. And he says, yep, you are also in. And then he turns to the third nun, who was Mother Superior. I'm afraid the question is going to have to be a little bit trickier for you. And then he says, what did Eve say when she first saw Adam? And Mother Superior screws up her face and says, oh, that's a hard one. And then Peter says, yep, you're in. Yep, you're in. Welcome to Church of the West. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow, and we are across from Mordor on the Potomac, ladies and gentlemen. This is Church of the West. I am your hierarch, Jason Kuna, and we are gathered today. Hopefully, we're not faced with such difficult questions when we reach the pearly gates, but a very big, happy Memorial Day to you today. I want you all to be thinking about all of primarily our brothers. It should only be our brothers in warfare. If women are where they're supposed to be, remember them in all of their great conflicts, especially those if you have some sort of ethnic animosity or regional animosity. I want you to pay special attention to the good white men on the other side of the conflict. No more brothers' wars. They are all our brothers. They are all our fathers. They are all our grandfathers and forefathers and uncles and sons and male cousins. We should respect them all. And of course, we toss in the few females who have also died and given their lives in combat. It is in keeping with the spirit of the West inside our people, especially our males, to want to defend our people, to want to defend our tribe, defend the norms that we create in Western civilization. That is indeed Western civilization. And we honor them here today. This is, of course, a holiday in the United States, or really a memorial in the United States, but we do this around the world for all of our brothers and sisters who have ended up dying in some sort of conflict in every period in our history, and we never forget those from other tribes. We never forget, and we never forgive the injury that they have inflicted on our people, and we hold those among our people who want to reinstigate animosities between the different groups. We hold them in the highest contempt, because victimizing the victim is the most egregious thing that you can do on planet Earth. So God bless. Big quadruple 07s to all of our heroes on both sides of the conflicts who have fought for home and hearth, even when they were pressed into conflict at the point of a bayonet by petty chieftains who wanted to enrich them and empower themselves. What a lineup we have today. I want to thank you all for coming over on Memorial Day. Tree Godfather is with us. Shannon is here. Rapunzel is here. Franklin is here. Nameless One is here. Julian is here. Brent Danger is with us. Biospirit of the West is in the house. Jay Bishop is here. Dan and Justin and Westman. Wonderful. Celine. It's wonderful to see so many champions. Thank you all for coming over. Just taking a look. We've got so many interesting things to talk about. Joe is here. Hails, Church of the West. Hails, higher. Promethean hails to you, my good brother. This guy always has something brilliant to say in the comments under the threads. I encourage you to become an acolyte and always read his comments in the threads. As you can see, it's a beautiful day in the once great state of Virginia on Mordor, across from Mordor on the Potomac. Savage Monday is with us. David's is here. Good to see you. Land of the Vague, home of the gay. Bone Secure is here. Amor is here. Is that what it says over there? Well, hello to you and welcome here on Premium Rumble. If you'd like to financially gift while we're here today, you could do so on the app that permits cash. You'll find that in the description on YouTube, on which you should be switching the live chat over to live chat rather than top chat. You can also financially gift by way of subscribe star, also there in that description. You can head on over to Premium Rumble to financially gift as well. Do not financially gift on Entropy. It is defunct, but I believe you can still watch over there. You can comment on all of those aforementioned, and as well as YouTube live chat. X you can comment on, and what is it over there? Yeah, Odyssey, but D Live is now defunct as well. So Odyssey, you can comment there as well. And I'll be keeping my eyes open. That's @ no white guilt, no spaces, nothing touching it. And I will be here. I will be here to answer your many questions and speak to your objections. NoWhiteGuilt.org for these links and so much more. NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. And if you would like to donate to the premier institution in service to white well-being, that's the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. It is white positive. It is the white man's ADL. It is the only one having any success of at any point, at any time. Reality check for all of those guys out there who think that they are accomplishing something by playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. You're not resisting the anti-white narrative. You are the anti-white narrative. Let's jump into our first item here today. We got to talk about this, don't we? We got to talk about the gunman just yesterday who believed he was Jesus Christ. I mean, you have a look at this guy. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. He was perforated numerous times by gunmen working for the federal government, and ended up succumbing to the radical perforation. And I bet you when he finally opened his eyes in the afterlife and Satan was standing over top of him, he said, "Nah, you're no brother of mine. To hell with you." So if you can believe it or not, a crazed gunman who believed he was Jesus Christ pulled out a revolver and opened fire outside of the White House Saturday night before he was quickly taken down by a barrage of shots from the Secret Service. Nazir Best, 21, fired at a checkpoint at about 6:10 p.m. after being seen pacing in a strange manner up and down 17th Street. Apparently, this guy has been arrested numerous times walking up to the White House. And what I found really despicable is so much of the news, even on Fox News, they were like, and these talking heads they brought on to talk about this, they were like, this happens all the time in other administrations. Bullshit. An easy search that takes 2 seconds. They're just trying to diminish the fact that once again you have another assassin showing up trying to kill Donald Trump and his administration. He's shown up numerous times at the White House, and because our mental institutions have been white erased, this guy wasn't immediately taken and incarcerated. How many people did this anti-white piece of filth victimize over the course of his life? How many normal people, how many good people out there have been victimized by this animal, this anti-white animal? At least one bystander was hit, seriously wounded in the fusillade. You don't read that word very often, I must say. You don't read that. I was like, fusillade. Yes, barrage of bullets come. The source said, well, just look at him. Brain engineer. Doesn't he look like a brain engineer? How about a rocket surgeon? Well, I'll have you know that working in construction, my father in Washington, D.C., quite a few stories about stumbling upon snipers in strange places. They are everywhere. While a motive for oh, I'm sorry, I'm here to do some work. Sorry, fellas. While a motive for the attack hasn't been confirmed, sources said best really should change that. If they're apparently they are sending their best, and it's wretched. It's inbred. Do you remember that guy in the NFL whose last name was Simeon? Said best is a mentally troubled individual. No shit. And so this is how the anti-whites are going to diminish another assassination attempt on Donald Trump and his administration, who was well known to the Secret Service for repeatedly loitering around various entry points, who has violated a previous court order to stay away. Really? Lem does here. What do you think of Putin? And why do you feel the way you do? Putin is anti-white, and he's been in, thank you for the question, he's been in charge and influential before being in total power in Russia for an entire generation, for an entire lifetime. He has said zero about anti-whiteism. He could, and it would occur to him if he weren't anti-white, and the administration in Russia, if it wasn't anti-white, it would occur to them to browbeat the ever-living shit out of United States, UK, France, Germany, Italy, Poland, on and on and on for the anti-whiteism, and say, look at how you treat your population. He could instantly instigate hostility toward our administrations, toward our governments, which would empower Russia to have that sort of anarchy going on. He could be financing efforts to get the white population, if he cared about white people, to get the white population to stand up against the anti-whiteism in our countries. But he doesn't. He doesn't because a weaker United States, a weaker Canada, a weaker UK is better for Russia. Therefore, anti-whiteism is better for Russia. So what is he putting first? He's putting himself, he's putting the geopolitical power of Russia ahead of millions and hundreds of millions of white people. And that makes him anti-white in my book. So that's the bottom line. Otherwise, just speaking from about him as a general person, he's one of the most badass leaders alive today, without question. Very smart, very shrewd, not without, he's fallible like everybody else, but he's clearly anti-white. Russia could have been standing up for white people around the world and gaining sympathy around the world. FBI is on the scene and supporting Secret Service, responding to shots fired near White House grounds. We will update the public as we are able, said Kashin Patel, after he finished up throwing some poop at somebody. The sound of shots from the incident terrified members of the press. I love it. During the quick news and laughs, which is coming up in just a moment, we'll be showing some video of the shots being fired. And you got this Asian woman. She turned white for a moment. And then they were like, get down. And she got down. But then there was some other media empire reporter that they were all brain dead. You could hear the gunshots. It sounded like Vietnam. And she's like, what's that? And she's just standing straight up. This was literally right beside the White House. It sounded like dozens of gunshots, because it was. We were told to sprint to the press briefing room where we are holding now. Secret Service quickly put the White House on lockdown and told reporters to gather on the North Lawn and run into the press briefing room. After about an hour, the lockdown was lifted. They lifted the lockdown like in record time. The Trump administration doesn't mess around. The shots rang out a little less than 2 hours after President Trump announced to Truth Social that he was in the Oval Office working on a peace deal with Iran. And apparently, once again, we're going to see if it holds out. Did Trump defeat Iran already? Trump defeat Iran already? Oh, it's not going to matter to all the Jew haters out there, because the so-called white sympathetic, the so-called pro-white, white nationalists who hate Trump and everything he does, because he does anything for the group of people that gave him hundreds of millions of dollars. Best, they're sending their best, was taken down by members of the Secret Service Uniform Division that previously been involuntarily committed on June 26 for obstructing vehicle traffic on 15th Avenue and East Street Northwest. I think they were reporting Florida earlier. Boy, back in the day, you didn't want to travel too far down Florida Avenue. This I can tell you. It got pretty wicked the further you went down, and there would be naked and nearly naked prostitutes all over the place. I think they moved the whole prostitute thing. I don't know why, but it used to be on Florida 14th, I think. How would I know that? I don't know. In that incident, Best bypassed a restricted White House pedestrian control post by walking through the exit turnstile lane. So sounds just like another one of his people skipping the payment in the metro and so many other subway systems. Police and Secret Service agents detained him at that time. This time, though, he returned with a firearm in the bag and began shooting. Now, of course, this could have killed any number of Secret Service agents and White House staff and et cetera. But fortunately, the snipers from numerous directions, as I say, perforated him severely. And that's a wonderful sight. This should happen more often. So, of course, you have, for now, well, at least yesterday, the Democrats came and said, this is wrong. This is wrong. Political violence is wrong. And now, of course, today they're changing their tunes, and they will continue changing their tunes. All over, of course, on social media, they're talking about, well, he missed. Why can't we get it? Wasn't real. And so, therefore, it wasn't really going after Trump. But God, I hope the next one gets him. God, I hope the next one gets him. They're all saying ignorant shit like staged and whatever. You can't reason with morons. The shots rang out about a month after the lone gunman opened fire at the White House Correspondents Association dinner where Trump was in attendance. So, I mean, you have radical anti-whites. What does this tell you about Trump? While you have all the so-called pro-whites out there complaining endlessly, saying Trump is garbage, undermining the legitimacy of the Trump administration, the anti-whites are attacking, trying to kill this guy every freaking day, trying to kill him and his administration every single day. So what does that tell you about Donald Trump? What does that tell you about the Trump administration? He is offensive. His actions are infuriating to anti-whites. That's what we want. That's what we celebrate. Trump thanked law enforcement for its quick response following Saturday's shooting. Iran agrees to give up nuclear dust stockpile and deal with Trump report. Trump, of course, raced back, canceled all activities that he was going to be participating in, raced back in the beast to the White House, demanded immediately that all of the heads of various departments join him in the White House for the conversation. Iran has reportedly agreed to give up its stockpile of enriched uranium as part of the deal announced by President Donald Trump on Saturday. Tehran has agreed to a statement pledging to relinquish its cache of highly enriched uranium. Now, cross your fingers, but this has never happened before. This has never happened before. If this wraps up, this guy should immediately have the Peace Prize. The whole world should bow down. All of the shit that he's done for the entire planet. Tehran has agreed to a statement pledging to relinquish its cache of highly enriched uranium, believed to be enough to build 11 nuclear bombs. The disposal of the highly enriched uranium, which Trump refers to as nuclear dust, was a major sticking point of negotiations between the United States and Iran. Let's see, we got a couple tags for me. Let me roll back and see if I can find them. If you all are saying, remember, tagging is @ no white guilt. And I will speak to, thank you to the great Franklinator helping someone. Oh, that was Lambda. Thank you to tag me properly so I'd see it. Joe says Russia, generally speaking, has white flighted their identity as Westman. Yeah, it's a shame. It really is a shame. Lambda says, is there one white country that is not controlled by anti-white government? No, because it's every single Western country on planet Earth is poisoned by the effluvium that is the anti-white psychological warfare. So everybody's thinking is poisoned by that. And as a consequence, so you don't look to individuals. All of the individuals are poisoned by the psychological warfare that is anti-whiteism. No person can be replaced. The systems, we don't anthropomorphize the systems. So the systems are the people, and the people are infected with anti-whiteism. That's why the remedy, the Go Free Dialogic, is so important to get to these people. And it's happening. I mean, we are spreading it. The lexical and dialectical legerdemain that we wield here in service to white well-being is showing up everywhere in normal white households, normal channels, covering everything under the sun, gardening, gaming, this and that. They're using the lexicon. That is what's filtering through the systems, and as a consequence will change the thinking. There doesn't have to be. And this is the kind of thing that I try to share with people so they can get. There isn't going to be a revolution that changes everything. There's not a light switch. I know that for not this community, but outside of this community where everybody is dim-witted and dull and stupefied, they don't get it. They think there's like a light switch. There'll be a revolution. You got to develop like a mass of men, and then you got to march the mass of men, and then you take office, and when you take office, you can flip light switches and then everything. No. That is not at all how the system of control operates. That is so basic, bitch, two-dimensional, ignoramus, midwit, midgetwit nonsense. This is meth goblin nonsense. Absolutely not. That's not. They are brighter than this. Their system of control is a 200 IQ point system of control. Midwit people need to stop thinking that they're going to figure out how to overcome this. They need to stop thinking that they can use failed strategies. They need to go with what's working. But so many, of course, we know are not involved, especially in pro-white or white nationalist circles, because they really want to do anything for white people. Just look at how much they hate Donald Trump. That can be your litmus test. What do you think of the things that the Donald Trump administration are doing? What do you think of those things? If they say he's garbage, the administration's garbage, they're just Jew haters then. Because the thing that Trump has done that they hate reveals what they're really all about, reveals what their objective is. And it's just the anti-Jew spurgery. It doesn't matter. Donald Trump's administration can do a million things for white people, And these pro-whites who are really, folks, what they're doing to us is false flagging white positivity. That's what it is. They are false flagging white positivity. They're just Jew haters, but they want to fly under our banner, to defame our banner, to clothe themselves in our banner. So let Donald Trump and his administration, what they're doing for Western kind, and of course, in the beginning, it's going to be by way of lip service, and it's going to be by way of things that are where they do good for us, but they don't name us because we're in the soup of anti-whiteism, right? So that means the anti-white moral metric is determining what is moral, what is immoral, what can be said, what can't be said, etc. So initially, there are going to be a lot of things done for us that don't benefit us. If there were no go free, that would be the end of it. It would stop, and the next Republican or Democrat administrations will completely obliterate. They will completely white erase all the good that was done. But because we're doing what we're doing, it will change and it will percolate. It won't be a light switch. It will be suddenly one guy in the board meeting, one guy working at the EPA, one guy working, and they'll voice some of the power lexical and dialectical legerdemain, and then more will, and then more will. And then in those seats of power, those environments will change. So that will happen across the West. It is happening across the West. This is the 201 IQ strategy to overcoming anti-whiteism. Everything else is failed. Everything else has failed and will continue to fail. Thank you for the question. Tree Godfather says, Promethean hails, brother. Promethean hails to you. Logan Doss is with us. Great to see you. Take the opportunity to let people know that we are here, even though it is a holiday. Dan, the man is with us. Truth is here. And Franklin, thank you for trying to help out Truth Sponge to tag me. It's @ symbol, no white guilt, no spaces, nothing touching it, and it will light up for me. And then I will see what you have to say. You can object, you can agree, do it respectfully, and I will speak to it, and I will help you to the truth, because that's what we're doing here. The door to the House of Swash is always open to those who genuinely want to arrest our victimization. That means you're going to have to accept a completely different strategy than you've ever been confronted with before. It means that your objective has to be white well-being, not a false flag of white well-being while you go after anti-non-white strategies and sloganeering and etc. It's got to be genuine white well-being. White Myron is here. Good to see you. Masumik is in the house on this Memorial Day. So what do you think of this? This is the biggest step forward to the deal. And everybody was saying never could be done, never would be done. United States would never, all of the taboo grifters, it would be inevitable. They made themselves fabulously wealthy, the taboo grifters, for years, talking about how any activities in these Middle East, anything, doesn't matter what it was, it could be it could be any particular group, any particular tribe, but especially Iran, will mean World War III. And then they would give you these elaborate, absolute Bravo Sierra scenarios where this domino, that domino, this domino, and before you know it, the United States is defeated. And here you have Iran on their knees now saying, at least for the moment, you can have the dust. You're bankrupting us. We can't pay or feed our soldiers. You've completely obliterated us. We thought the fast boat attacks would work, but we didn't really understand the power of the warthog. And you have absolutely shredded us with the Gatling gun on the front of the warthog. Boo, baby. And so they're on their knees once again. And they're saying, the president just said of Iran, we do not want any nuclear capabilities. We don't want nuclear weapons. Telling the world we don't want. So is it going to hold? We keep incrementally going in this direction. So it does appear that it's going to end up. What will you all say then? We also have this, and we might come back. Trump Trump to shut legalization and amnesty pathways for millions of economic migrants. Once again, he's going to shut the legalization and amnesty pathways for millions of economic migrants. And folks, it gets so much better. The Trump administration is rocking it like never before. It gets every single day. And of course, the Democrats are pushing back. But before we get to all of this, we want to jump into Cindy Ben's testimonial, ladies and gentlemen. And then we're going to have our quick news of the day. And we're going to roll. Actually, we might make fun of a fat loser before we do that. But before we get to that, Cindy Ben herself, former professional journalist, and her testimonial right here of herself, her personal testimony. You know, she writes up testimonials for others, and she publicizes them. You can find Cindy Ben's blog, her Substack, in the description on YouTube. Let's have a quick read. My name is Cindy, and I'm a grandmother from Illinois. Up until my 60s, I knew nothing about politics. I had worked as a newspaper reporter, but never covered political stories. I voted against Trump in 2016 only because of his language, things the mainstream media told us he had said. I hadn't watched the debates and didn't even know what he stood for. But when he won, I vowed to never watch the news until he was out of office. In 2017, I was researching England, dreaming about the day my husband and I could visit again. I kept coming across something about Muslim grooming gangs. And those, of course, are anti-white rape gangs, as we understand them here in our story. I thought this must be fake news, because if it were true, we would have heard about it on the evening news. But the more I looked into this, the more I learned it was true. This led me to Tommy Robinson. I want you to really focus on that. First of all, Go Free has people from all walks of life. That's exactly how it was engineered. I want you to realize that. We need people from all walks of life, all ages, all generations, all levels of wealth or poverty, power or complete lack thereof. We need people, and that's exactly how I crafted the strategy and how we continue to improve it on a daily, weekly, monthly, yearly basis. It reaches everyone. But look at what happens here. Cindy Ben is a great example of one of the hundreds of millions of exceptional, normal white people around planet Earth who are doing their thing. They're living their lives. They're having successful lives. They're leaders in their circles of influence. This woman was a professional writer, and she's getting her information from the anti-whites and the anti-white narrative, right? They're telling her this bad, this good, this immoral, this moral, right? Then when she does some research, she finds out about this thing, and she says, well, could that be true? I don't even know. Is this anti-white rape gangs true in the world? The media, the anti-white mainstream media, they're not telling me about this. So let me investigate. She finds out it is true. Wow, that causes her to say, what is it about the anti-white establishment media? She's not calling it that yet. What's going on there? What does the anti-white narrative do for her when she begins to question? Zion was always a cage, Neo. They say, if you want to resist anti-whiteism, here's how you resist. Here's the leader of resistance in the UK, Tommy Robinson. Tommy, anti-white Robinson. Tommy, let's have some more Sikhs in here to rape and kill Robinson. That's who they gave her. Zion was always a cage, Neo. And because I'd watched Tommy, some conservative videos showed up on my list. Now, keep in mind that YouTube and so many of these platforms, they've completely rigged the system. And so moving forward, that kind of thing doesn't happen. I didn't even know the difference between a conservative and a liberal, but I found myself agreeing with these YouTubers said until they mentioned Trump. But I ended up watching thousands of videos and even Trump's press conferences. It took months, but I was finally beginning to understand all this political stuff. Now imagine, look at all the powerful work that Cindy Bin has done. I mean, she writes fantastic articles. She perfectly carries through the message that I share in service to white well-being, that you share into her articles. She shares the testimonials of people coming from ordinary paths of life or detrimental paths of life who go free, and then they completely change their lives. All of this because of that one woman. Because of that one. Now, I want you to imagine the hundreds of other millions of good, normal white people on planet Earth. And then you can begin to see the power. Well, geez, Jason, don't you know they got like 36 guys? Don't you know they got like 52 guys out to march the other day? Really, I don't give a shit. That does nothing. Shows of farce have never worked. She writes on. Didn't understand. And what they must have been talking about, anti-white things, Tommy had said, and we're not praising grooming gangs. But I was upset that one of the moderators. Okay, so this, back it up here 1 second. I jumped down a little too far. During this time, a channel called No White Guilt showed up on my list. That's not going to happen anymore. That's why we have to swash so hard. And I visited it a few times. One time, I joined the live stream, and people were saying some negative things about Tommy Robinson. Now, remember, it could have been Nikki, I'm a Mexican Fuentes. It could have been Stu, I was a wigger white rapper Peters. It could have been any of these villain LARPing garbage that the system gives those who object to the system as their means of resistance. So she showed up in our live chat, and people were saying negative things about Tommy Robinson. I was shocked. Why? Because she had been taught that he's the resistance to that system. Zion was always a cage, Neo. Because I thought these people would understand that Tommy was a hero. Were they in favor of grooming gangs? I mean, this is so honest, so brutal, so real, so visceral, and so common. How many times do we have people show up and they're like, what? You don't like Nikki Fuentes? What do you want? Jews to control the world? This didn't make sense, she writes. And I had to defend Tommy in the comments. When I look back, I now realize that at the time I didn't understand that they must have been talking about anti-white things Tommy had said and were not praising grooming gangs. Cindy Bin is bright. Just imagine white people showing up who are, and how tough it's going to be for them. But I was so upset that one of the moderators muted me. That made me really upset because I'd been banned or muted from other conservative channels just for asking questions. Sometime after that, I saw Jason on Mark Collett's YouTube channel and tagged him in the live stream. Quote, one of your moderators muted me, close quote, I said. While Mark was talking, Jason replied to me. I thought he would be rude, like so many other channels, telling me I must have deserved it or something. But he said, quote, let me take down your name and I will unmute you, close quote. Thank you, close quote. She replied, stunned. Wow, this no white guy is okay, I thought to myself. I continued watching conservative YouTubers, trying to learn as much as I could, watching No White Guilt off and on. But I kept coming back to Jason because he made more sense than anybody else. I was beginning to see that it's not about the left or the right. It's about anti-white. I love it. Although it was good to educate ourselves, we didn't have to learn everything about political parties and statistics and history, etc. It all boiled down to anti-whiteism. Brilliantly written. It really clicked for me when one day in 22, Jason played a clip from a young mother at a school board meeting crying about how just because she is against CRT doesn't mean she's a racist. In the clip, 2 other white women responded to her videos by smugly declaring, quote, "Yes, it does." Jason remarked about how powerless this young mother was and that she needed the go-free method. He talked about the anti-white moral structure. At that point, something clicked for me. I even posted in the chat, quote, "I think I get it," close quote. The young mother could have been so much more effective using the lexicon, telling the board that we do not want any more anti-whiteism, rather than saying she didn't want CRT and that she wasn't a racist. Yes, exactly. All of it replicable and scalable at every PTA and school board meeting. Absolutely. I still hadn't read Go Free, though, thinking it wasn't necessary. But in August 22, I ordered it. When I started reading it, I was so impressed. It's absolutely life-changing. It's absolutely life-changing. I highly recommend it, even if you think you know all there is to know. Also, about this time, I discovered what I called our woke anti-white school board and wrote a very long email to them incorporating some of my newfound skills. But I still wasn't skilled enough to use Go Free consistently in the email, which didn't do any good anyway. The school board was still as anti-white as ever. I kept watching NWG, learning and listening. In 23, I suddenly had an uncontrollable urge to write an article about Go Free. So I resurrected my journalism skills and wrote one. Biosphere to the West. Biosphere to the West. Posted it on our Quora space, and Jason read parts of it during a live stream. After that, I wrote a feature article on School of the West. School of the West, brand danger. Biospirit eventually put me in charge of the Quora space. Wise decision, my brother, where I had written many more articles, quoting Jason and others from our community. Everyone says such inspiring things. They should be shared far and wide. And that's what motivates me to write them. I even sent the school board some of my articles. Unfortunately, that didn't do any good. They seem to be beyond help. Also, I've lately been fighting the censors at Quora. So this was taking place while Cindy Bin was being deleted, her articles deleted, her accounts deleted, just one after the other. And this woman kept getting up and saying, that's not happening. I'm coming back for white well-being. Do you think conservatism would have gotten her back up off her feet again? No. Do you think hatred of other people would have gotten her back up onto her feet again and again? No. Love for our people and the use of the tools that succeed in service of our well-being. Brilliantly done. I have found Go Free to be the best method to empower us against anti-whiteism. It is a tool that makes it easy to stand up for ourselves. Going free is a constant learning process. But when there is something I don't understand, I take Jason's advice and, quote, shut up and listen. Yes, Cindy Bin has laid the law down. She's laid the law down. She said, takes Jason's advice to shut up and listen. And eventually, she writes, I get it. I think of, God, why can't so many more people be as mature as Cindy Bin? Well, I mean, think about all these tough guys that show up and they have no idea what they're talking about. They can't learn. They close their minds off. Immature children, nymphs, absolute like ticks, fleas on the ass of an ugly dog compared to the great Cindy Bin, who knows how to say, okay, wait a second, I'm not getting it. This guy, they're having a lot of success. Let me see if this, now it makes sense. Magnificently done. And the people in the Go Free, she says, I think if others would take that advice to shut up and listen, they'd get it too. And the people in the Go Free community are the best. The best. Yes, we are. And we got the best Cindy Ben with us. That alone proves to me the strength and truth of Go Free. I have never come across people like this anywhere online or even in real life. I have never come across people like this anywhere online or in real life who totally understand how to go free of the anti-white narrative. We are men and women of different ages with various jobs, interests, and backgrounds, but we all are Western kind. We truly are one people with many countries, and we can take back our destiny. Thank you, Jason, for giving us Go Free. Let's get on your feet. Raucous emojis, crowns and gems, 007s for the great Cindy Ben. You'll find her link to her Substack and her fabulous writing in the description on YouTube. There's a block of links at the top. I think it's toward the bottom. You'll see your name, Cindy Ben, Substack. Check it out. Now, before we get to the quick news and laughs, we're going to have some laughs because who's getting all of the attention right now? Not the Go Free that you just heard Cindy Ben write about, not all the successes, not all the victories, but an absolute loser, Dalton Etherly, who calls himself, of course, Chud the Cartman. He's the one getting all the attention. He has raised hundreds upon hundreds of thousands of dollars from idiots and anti-whites who finance this garbage. Anti-whites who finance it. Anti-whites are putting money up right now for Chud the Cartman, just like they're putting, and we're going to be talking about the anti-white. This is an anti-white op. We'll be talking about another anti-white op in a little while on our gathering today, where dollars and attention are flowing in. Why? It's to teach especially our men, the path of the villain. What happened to Cindy Ben when she began looking? Where was she directed? Zion has always been a cage, Neo. Zion has always been a cage. They lead you to the cage of resistance, acceptable, controllable resistance that destroys you. Well, little news right now about Chud the fat loser. When it comes to his case, apparently the judge ruled that he can't use the hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars that have been raised for him by anti-whites for his bail money. He'll be able to, I guess, use that to buy himself a sports car and a nice house and everything. He's probably overcharged and might walk away from this. The DA overcharged him, or probably overcharged him, to satisfy the anti-white masses so there wouldn't be riots and everything like that. But looks like potentially overcharged him. Might walk away from this with hundreds of thousands of dollars for being a POS. But some other info has come out, hasn't there? Oh, yeah. Some other info has come out. Apparently, there was a video of him out on the streets, and he's walking along with his cameraman. And did you know he had one of those? That's kind of interesting. He's walking along with his cameraman and on the streets in Tennessee, I think Nashville, and a little shitty car pulls up to the curb, and a black crackhead-looking female is in the car. She rolls down the window and she yells out to him, "Hey, Dalton." And he leans over and he clearly tries to pretend he doesn't know who she is. Well, this little video, it's live streamed. It was live streamed. So he had to say something. He ends up admitting, apparently, that she's some black crackhead that he had sex with, a gross term, meaning that he didn't use protection. He admitted to this. He admitted that he had intercourse with a black female crackhead and didn't use protection. So this is the great champion of the white nationalism, of pro-white advocacy. This is who it is. Gets worse. You see, because in this interaction, something very strange happens. 3 times and I'm going to play it for you. 3 times this black female says, you used to come to my house, you all the time, you would sell me weed, I pegged you. Now, this is a disgusting term, and I will try to be as delicate as I can. A female wears a thing, and then she uses the thing on the male in a place that's not normally, it's reserved for other things. And so she says this 3 times, and he pretends like he does. Remember, a live stream is happening on video. He pretends like he doesn't hear it. I don't know about you, but if somebody came up to me and said, hey, Jason, remember you used to come by and I used to that to you, I would bust out laughing. I would say, get the fuck away from me, psycho. He pretends like he doesn't hear it 3 times. She gets out of the car, says it again. He still pretends like he doesn't hear it. Continues talking with her about something else. Well, she actually came out and has made a couple of videos where she tells the story that he used to come over to her house where she was in a sexual relationship with another woman, and they would use drugs together, the both women, and Dalton Etherly, Chud, the Enner, and the big hero of all of the garbage online. You see, we're not on the same path whatsoever. Let's hear from this woman directly. Here you have Chud the Cartman leaning over to this car that
I've always been Dalton, but I am a Chud.
Right, but you're not my Dalton. You used to come to my house. I said you.
Yeah, you were.
There, she just said it right there. You've come to my house. I've pegged you. And then he says, yeah, you, and he just ignores it.
Cool as shit. I don't remember you that much, but I do remember I know you. See it? We got roots.
And he tried to walk away. See, we got roots. Let's walk away from here. This bitch hops out the car. You ain't going anywhere. So he would come over. They would all use drugs, and they would all have sex. And then this black woman right here would peg him.
Liver King, you used to sell me weed. I fed you.
There, she said it again, right to his face. And he ignores it again.
It's been a long time. But I healed your stomach by teaching.
He's like, it's been a long time. I healed your stomach, didn't I? I told you some good eats out there. What was that other thing? No, it's been a long time. I gave you some good eats and I healed your stomach, right? And she's like, yeah, my stomach got better. And also, I pegged you.
Teaching you how to eat real food?
Yes. So that's
what was your name again?
I'm Lana, but that's
Lana.
Why I'm confused what happened to you. Because you're not racist. I know that. I fed you.
A third time, because you're not racist. I know, because I pegged you. Let's get to some quick news and laughs. That's their leader, ladies and gentlemen.
Little breaking news coming into the story. New York City Police Commissioner Jessica Tisch issuing this stark warning a short time ago. Watch.
I began my career building out the NYPD's counterterrorism capabilities. And in my 18 years in government, I have not seen a threat environment quite like this one, where multiple pressures are active at the same time and where developments abroad can have immediate consequences here at home. Just last week, a commander for Kataib Hezbollah, a designated foreign terrorist organization aligned with Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, was charged with helping direct 18 attacks and plots against Jewish and American targets.
So all over, obviously, they're going to be coming after talking about only the Jewish threats. But this is a consequence of anti-whiteism, the white erasure of our norms. These people shouldn't be in our countries. There's biospiritual incompatibility. That's another word for the day. But biosphere. Can you believe this? Their big leader, the Chud the Pegged. That's what he's called from now on. Chud the Pegged. Chadistan is here. That's their great leader. No, we don't like the hierarch, Jason Kuna. No. What we want is an inbred looking Tennessean who used to be morbidly obese. And apparently this woman has a photograph of him when he was fatter and wearing some sort of fairy costume. That's what, and we want him to be like a total loser, inbred and pegged. Inbred and pegged. That's their slogan over there on the pro-white, white nationalist side as they false flag us. Let's continue. Shannon Oliver's like, oh my God. Yeah, could you imagine, Shannon? You're standing out on the street and some black female comes up. And first of all, how are you going to have a history of using drugs with non-whites and then claim you're some kind of champion for the white race? But nevertheless, and then she walks up. Maybe you met her. Maybe you worked with her from the past, Shannon. And then she walks up to you on the street while you're live streaming, and she's like, yeah, remember I pegged you. Would you just change the subject? Would you just be like, oh, remember, I told you about good eats. We got your gut work. How did you get how often were you at their house? Chud the pegged. How often were you at their house? This is President Donald Trump racing back on Saturday.
President Trump has just canceled his Memorial Day plans in New Jersey, and intelligence officials have canceled all of their plans for the weekend as well. And as you can see here, Trump is returning back to Washington, D.C. I don't know what's going on, but something's happening because
Iran is capitulating. Non-whites will claim to be, quote, pro-white, but do everything to not center white people. And if you center us, they make fun of you. Exactly, because they want a pegged leader. They pick Fuentes. They pick Chud the pegged. I mean, this is the leader. These are the kind of leaders they want. Well said, Chadistan. Craig says, if that guy was protecting white positivity opposed to saying snarky anti-black remarks, I wouldn't mock him for having such a gross degenerate path. If you come from a degenerate place, you've left it all behind. If you're redeemed, that's the word. If you're redeemed, that's something else. The using drugs is one thing, sleeping together is another, but letting her peg him is a whole nother thing altogether. These are like Naked Gun. These are like Leslie Nielsen movies. I swear to God, the pro-white, white nationalist, false flagging, real white service that we do here, false flagging us. These people are like a Leslie Nielsen, Naked Gun, airplane movie. Every time you turn around, they're like, we got another. You remember when I was just criticizing these fat the other day? Somebody was in the live chat and wrote, at least he's doing something. Yeah, he's doing something. He's bent over and squealing like a pig. Wee! 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 That black woman in her video said he was so fat that his cheeks would clap. Oh my God, sick. Sick. That's their great leader. Let's continue. Keep tagging me, though. Here's the story of Taps for today.
Melody in American military history was written by a man who couldn't even read music, and this is one of the coolest stories in music history. So this story starts off in July of 1862, right smack dab in the middle of the Civil War. The United States Union Army had just been defeated at the 7-day battles. That's this picture here. Nearly 2,000 Union soldiers died in the battle, and more than 8,000 were wounded. Pretty much the camp looked like a hospital. Now, the military would usually customarily blast the lights out call in the evening, signaling that the soldiers were headed to bed. But this is where this story gets historical. Meet General Daniel Butterfield. He was the commanding officer of the Union troops, and he knew that morale was absolutely crushed, and the last thing that the surviving men wanted to hear that night was a harsh regulation tune. He wanted something more peaceful and comforting. But the problem is, Daniel here had zero musical training. Didn't know how to read music, write music, nothing. Butterfield went to work, grabbed a pencil and a paper, and wrote down 24 notes. But the only notes he had was play this one lower, play this one higher. He did call for a 22-year-old bugler, I have a hard time saying that. That bugler was this man right here, Oliver Wilcox Norton. And for the next hour, Norton and Butterfield sat down and created taps. That evening, Norton went out and played taps for the first time, and the impact was massive. Soldiers from both sides of the conflict wrote in their journals that the song brought profound silence to the battlefield. The song was so beautiful that the Confederate soldiers started copying the song and playing it on their side as well. The song quickly spread, becoming kind of an unofficial song of peace. But the story doesn't end there. A few days after the song was written and everyone was kind of playing it, a Union soldier was killed in battle. And the man's captain wanted to salute the soldier, but the problem was, if they did a 3-gun salute, it could trigger over a new battle. And they wanted to kind of keep things quiet. The camp was hidden. So instead, they called over the bugler to play taps over the young man's grave. This was the first time in U.S. history that taps was played at a military funeral. Pretty amazing story, highlighting one of the most impactful songs ever written, and was written by a man who didn't even know how. Thank you to all past and present military members, and thank you for your service.
Amen to that 1,000,000 times over. Yeah, he might not have known how to write music, but he was a white man, and they got the job done. And then on my side of the conflict, the Confederates, they heard that, and they said, that's from heaven. And they copied it and played it as well. God bless them all. Our boys on both sides. No more brothers' wars. It's going down, ladies and gentlemen. You can thank Trump and the administration. The U.S. Citizenship and Immigration Service announced that it will start enforcing a long-standing law requiring green card applicants to stay in their home country until the application is approved. Ladies and gentlemen, that's roughly 10 freaking million people in the United States.
In U.S. immigration policy tonight. The Trump administration says any non-citizens in the country who have applied for a green card must leave the country indefinitely, even if here legally, and regardless of whether they have a spouse or children. Then they have to wait for their green card application to be processed outside of the country. We'll follow up on that. There is an
amazing. Absolutely. Let's hear it for the Trump administration. And again, let it be the litmus test of those who come and they hate on Trump to undermine the Trump administration. Never forget those people. Craig said, and pegged by a non-white at that. Yes. One way to always defeat anti-non-whites is to ask them about their victory or what they would have done for the white race. They never answer because they have nothing. Precisely. That's Chadistan. Brilliantly written. Masumik says, the cucks don't really have the right outlook, nor the fight in them for white people. They absolutely don't. And you're right about that. We love making fun of the cucks. Remember to tag me as no white guilt @ symbol. No white guilt, no spaces, nothing touching it. Shelby Campbell wants to twerk her way into office. Dim running for Congress in Michigan 13 says, you know how men are. She also wants white women to be the enemy of white men.
Well, twerking her way into office, at least that's the hope for a local want-to-be politician.
And you thought Idiocracy was just comedy.
I am an ethical person.
Do you think that twerking is going to get people to the polls?
Yeah, honestly, like I said, men are kind of, we all know how they are.
All right, so let's see what she said. Now, is she anti-white? Is it just degeneracy in general? Or is the degeneracy a consequence of the right erasure of our norms? Well, she says here, she makes it clear. Quote, white ladies, I'm glad that we are becoming the enemy to the white man as well. I'm proud of you. Now let's get it, girls, close quote. I have been so right from the very fucking beginning. I have been so right. Everybody wants to talk about everything else. I've been right from the jump. It's all about anti-whiteism, every nook and cranny of it. How about this? You can thank the Trump administration. Heartwarming moment when a couple of the rescued beagles here are in a state of pure joy in their new home. This would not have happened under Democrats. It would not have happened under any other Republican administration. Finally doing what beagles are supposed to do. Imagine that. You could thank the Trump administration and then direct your ire to those who want to undermine it because he does anything for Jews. And then you have this as a consequence of anti-whiteism. Some freak dressed up as Pink Panther and went and tried to abduct children when they got off a school bus. This in the once great state of Fredericksburg, Virginia. Look at this shit. This is real. And then only fled when adults showed up as the kids were screaming, trying to get away. And one of the children saw under the mask and said the individual was tan. It was a tan man. I bet it was a tan man. Imagine waking up from anesthesia to a miniature horse aggressively playing the electronic keyboard. Only in Asia. I think it's in Asia. Oh my freaking God. Let's have a listen. I would think I was in hell. I would think I died. I was in hell. Oh God. I did it. I've gone to hell. I thought I was good enough. Hell, the gate to hell opens with a freaking donkey playing an electric keyboard. Like the screams of banshees. Hey, this is the guy that we in this community are fighting for. This is the guy that everyone else will only reference to clothe themselves in nothing noble as they talk endlessly about cuckery or schmuckery. I want you to listen to this working white man.
I am sick to effing death of paying for such bullshit. And I'm sick to death of being lectured about compassion, about patience and understanding. I have lived here all my life, and I have been required for all 40 years of that life to obey the law and follow the rules. There will be no Social Security check for me when I can't work anymore. I have never once received any of the benefits that have been spoken of here. Nobody is beating down my door to help me fix up my house so that it doesn't collapse on me or lower the cost of the electricity that I have to pay.
And I work and they don't, and I'm a U.S. citizen and they're not.
I don't get health insurance. I can't afford it. But I am punished by this state for not being able to afford it so that people who are in this country illegally can benefit from it and go see the doctor whenever they want. And that is a fact, and I am sick of it. I am not an ununderstanding individual. I am not an uncompassionate individual. But my generosity has been abused, and I am sick of it. I am sick of being treated as an indentured servant to foreign nationals in my country and in my community. And I don't give a damn whose feelings that hurts.
Amen. Amen. Hundreds of millions of this guy around planet Earth are ready to go free. Hundreds of them. Imagine him empowered with the lexical and dialectical legerdemain. Imagine how we can improve his life. Imagine how he could be an advocate that would shine like a northern star. Imagine that. That's what we're endeavoring to do. Now imagine the schmucks who hate Trump because he did anything for people who gave him hundreds of millions of dollars. They would take this guy's story right here and say, well, he can't get health insurance because Trump is bad, not doing enough for health insurance because he likes the Jews. That's what they would tell you. And that tells you everything you need to know about their agenda and objective. This is the guy that needs to be focused on in his hundreds of millions around planet Earth. You can hear this guy speaking in English with a British accent, with a Scottish accent, with an Australian accent. You can hear him speaking in French, in Italian, in German, in Norwegian. This is our brother around planet Earth. Working man, making the civilization run, turning the gears on Western civilization. We have to be there for him. No politician is going to be able to do it for him. He's got to do it for himself in his hundreds of millions. And we have the tools that will enable him to do it. God bless him.
Wife is about to start her period and she's verbally abusing you, remember, she can't help it unless she's with her friends that backstab her, or when she's at work with coworkers that are indifferent about her, or when she's out in public around strangers shopping. Then somehow she can magically control herself. It's almost like PMS is a scam and women use it to justify being horrible people. Instead of being called a period, it should be called a question mark, because how are you able to sleep at night? Flex on these conniving women with sound advice merch.
Oh my God, there's so much truth to that. Guys, never allow the woman in your life to use PMSing as an excuse to be a horrible person. She controls it with her boss. She controls it with her friends. She controls it out in society when she's buying. She controls it everywhere else. She can control it with you. The joke has too much truth to it. Here's the shooting yesterday. Watch as this woman goes Asian, then white, and then Asian again.
Only for the two sides to remain far apart.
At least she did the right thing. Check out the next ditz. Look at this one. I don't hear it. Where's the sound? Is the sound gone? Oh, it's down here. Look.
Today, but this obviously comes just a couple of weeks after a shooting at White
Look at how blank her face is.
What is that?
What is that? Woman writes here, NBC reporter freezes. She doesn't freeze. She's just dumb. Says here, she's got the survival instinct of a lemming, but slower. More like a sloth than a sloth that just spotted a hawk. The shooting is still going. Look at her face. She's like, what is that? Now take a look at this seal. I got to say, this guy must be a brother from another mother. With the way that he jokes with the humans showing up. He has learned to imitate human speech. He obviously can't say any words, but he sounds like a grumpy old man. Oh my God, that's hilarious. Welcome to India. This video says.
अरे सब का करताड़ो तो का करी बताओ जानू हमरा के कसम धरहवताड़ो काहे ससुरा में अगिया लगावताड़ो से नुरा.
All right, that seems a little rapey. Probably should bring a few hundred million more to the West. This is funny.
All you have to do is say you're a girl.
So you said that you didn't hear. At Planet Fitness, all you got to do is say you're a girl.
You go in the girls' locker room, you can take your out, and you're all good. But if you go to the weight section and you grunt too loudly, they're going to kick you the out. Good going, Planet Fitness.
Oh, my God. That's anti-whiteism for you. It makes perfect sense. That is anti-whiteism for you. Boom. The White House just passed, or the House, sorry, as a result of the White House, passed a bill requiring automatic deportation of illegals who commit welfare fraud and abuse. Tell me again, you Jew spur garbage. Tell me again how Trump is not good for the white race. Tell me again. Tell me again, because we have hundreds of examples of the Trump administration being good for the white race. And this is what's coming to protect you because of anti-whiteism. This is literally an active shooter course. And this little Asian woman, police officer, is going to come to your aid.
Active shooter drill.
I'm feeling really confident. It keeps going, and the guy has to start telling her, he's like, look, just keep going. You only get 3 shots per, you only get to stand there like a moron and click off 3 shots with your laser pointer gun, and then you've got to move. I mean, do you really think, have you seen men do these drills? Who do you want showing up to save you? Anti-whiteism afoot. Now, take a look at these fur missiles. I'll play just the first second of the music. I love the song, but you can't. These are Special Forces attack. We love our attack dogs, don't we? In the Special Force. Fur missiles. Are you ready? Go get him. Take a look at this. The race is on. How would you like to be this poor son of a bitch? Oh, my God. W for the fur missiles. What did that guy do to get that job? Now, here you have Jake, the anti-white Jew Lang, who has been false flagging the white race, claiming he's some defender for the white race. He's showing up at Chud Peg's hearing, and he decides to make a scene so that he, too, can get arrested by the judge, at least get thrown out. I think he's a little surprised that the judge holds him in contempt.
All right, take him into custody. Take him into custody. I told you, sir, you did not have a speaking role today. You decided that you wanted one for whatever reason. I don't know why, but take him into custody. However,
so this judge says there's not going to be any shenanigans in my courtroom. And Jake, the anti-white Jew Lang, who is no leader of the white race, no representative, no advocate, no champion of the white race, another false flagger, he's going to be locked up for contempt of court. Imagine being that much of a loser and then being that much of a loser showing up at Chud Peg's hearing to defend him. How about this? ICE just arrested this anti-white animal, an illegal from Honduras who has been in America since 2013. He was a known member of MS-13. You can thank Trump administration for that. No other administration would be getting that animal, anti-white terrorist, and shipping him out of the country. Tell me again how you're going to undermine the legitimacy of the Trump administration. And I will tell you what your agenda is. How about this? The White House just passed Trump's bill. Sorry, again, the House just passed Trump's bill to stop big investment firms from snapping up single-family homes. This is only because, I mean, this kind of thing was facilitated by the Mitt Romney Republicans. This is only because of Donald Trump. And all of this talk of he can't do anything for us if he's doing anything for the Jews. Bullshit. All this is happening in spades, in dozens, while he's waging the war in Iran, while he's taking over Cuba, and while he's shoring up everything in Venezuela. For the love of God, you will never see anything like this in your life again. Don't forget, write their names down. All the anti-Jews that are trying to undermine the Trump administration, write their names down so you can remember them forevermore. They have demonstrated that they are easily manipulated by anti-whites in power to turn on those who are doing good things for white people by the excuse that he did anything for Jews. Somalis get it, ladies and gentlemen. Somalis get identified as stealing, more and more Somalis getting arrested for stealing hundreds of millions, billions of dollars, as is being reported by many. Check it out for yourself. And what do they turn around and say? We're the victims. Why aren't white people as smart as Somalis? I think because the resistance is controlled. The resistance to anti-whiteism is controlled by anti-whites, like the SPLC paying for this shit. Now this, my brothers and sisters, this is one of our good dear friends. He's making these surfboards. It is the one and only. We're not going to be able to play all the music. It is the one and only John Lelane. Look at our brother right here. John Lelane, the son of Jack Lelane, the godfather of all physical fitness. He is a surfing champion, as you all know. We reported here. And here he is making surfboards, painting up surfboards. Isn't that gorgeous? Give the man some love. Give him some 07s for these beautiful surfboards. One of these days, he's going to take me out and he's going to teach me how to surf. And I'm going to be on the damn thing goofy-footed because that's how I ride, baby. That's how I ride. Big salutes to our brother, John Lelane. CEO fired. Now tell me if this doesn't make sense in every instance of your life that this is the case. CEO fired the entire female-led HR department after claiming they were, quote, creating problems that didn't exist. Does this sound like just about every female you've ever known? Let's hear it for the CEO. Finally getting some intelligence.
Our HR team.
Why?
We had an HR team, right? And that HR team was creating problems that didn't exist. And those problems disappeared when I let them go.
This is every single company. You get rid of the females and the problems disappear. You get female CEOs, you get rid of them, the problems disappear. It's amazing. It's all of this like emotional garbage that has no place in revolutions, that has no place in business, that has no place in warfare. It's fit for children under the age of 7.
Gen Z boss to the mini. Gen Z boss to the mini. Itty bitty titties and a ball. Itty bitty titties and a ball. 5'3" and an attitude. 5'3" and an attitude. Secret product in the trench. Secret product in the trench.
Yeah, I wonder why anything would go wrong. And then you tell these people the ideological fashionable thing is anti-whiteism, and then they enforce it like psychos. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen, it is the world-renowned, the one and only Norm Macdonald. Let's hear it for Norm so he can hear it in heaven.
49 years old,
I'm 47.
damn near 50.
For me too. I always say I'm pushing 50.
Yeah, that's a scary age.
But we have to exercise, man. You have to.
I thought it was funny.
Your heart could.
I thought gaining a lot of weight would be funny.
No.
And also,
No,
well, I started out, I was doing it for a role, Andy. I'm serious.
No.
I'm serious. I was doing it
What
for a
role?
Well, there wasn't a specific role, but people are always looking for a fat guy.
Well, it wasn't a specific role, but any role where there could be a fat guy in it. You gotta love Noah McDonald. Champion says Chud the pegger. Well, no, he was pegged. He wasn't doing any pegging. He was pegged by a black woman that he said was a crack whore. Not one time, repeatedly. But yeah, you're right. Oh, Champion James here clarifies Chud the pegged. Yes, exactly. Craig says that Lily Gaddis girl keeps giving terrible advice when reviewing videos of non-whites hitting on white women in front of their boyfriends. The videos she should, let's see, the white men did assert, maybe there's more here, themselves, the white men did assert themselves, but her advice was certainly not white positive and would be way better advice if it were white positive. Yes, sir, you're right, Craig. And maybe I should review one of her videos that she reviews and burn her down to the ground for the anti-non-white garbage that she actually is. When your white positive nobody could use the fear of judgment as a weapon or a shield, says Craig. Eagle Heart is with us. Hello, Eagle Heart. Let's keep it going. Praise to Norm MacDonald. Take a look at this. Once again, ladies enthroned and in the house, in all relationships, in the office space, in businesses, in warfare, in revolutions, everything. And they turn to psychosis. Another one here. Take a look at that gem. Raping children. Georgia high school teacher charged with raping 6 of her own students, including a young girl. So it wasn't enough to go after the pretty boys for her. 2 of them and 2 more under 16. She was released from jail. 6 victims, 13 charges. Bond was only $74,000. This is the coddling of women, and that ends with our revolution. That ends with the white revolution. Women will not be coddled anymore. If you coddle women, then they become vectors for anti-whiteism to destroy our civilization. Women are no better and no worse than men, period. 2 counts of child molestation, 6 counts of improper sexual conduct, 4 counts of grooming, pedo grooming should be called, 1 count of tampering with evidence. She raped a student in the school closet, raped a student in the school parking lot, sent teens naked videos of herself using sex toys, told a child to delete the evidence to thwart the investigators. Look, no more. Women are going to go from being enthroned to being in their right place. Men will in their right place, women in their right place. No more being a vector. No more. Look, guys out there, do not ever treat women like they are, like they're special, like they're some kind of celebrity, because when you do, they treat you like a fan. Never forget it. They're no better than you are. And when you enthrone them, you get child rape and the destruction of the West. Take a look at this. I wonder what all of the Juicebergs are going to say about this. This is why Americans can't get jobs, according to this content creator, in tech. Take a look at that. Every single CEO is Indian. Every single CEO. Now, keep in mind, in India, when we went to India, primarily by way of the United Kingdom, the Brits, when we showed up there, people from the upper castes in India begged the Brits, they begged us, and they said, please put us in charge. Please pay us, give us a reprieve, put us in charge, and we will absolutely abuse the population for you. And they did. And once in power, the white people put them in power. And then once they were in power, they absolutely abused those in lower castes in India. You can check it out for yourself. Maybe I got it wrong, of course. We are on YouTube, so look into it for yourself. But when are the Jew spurgs out there? When are they going to start talking about these anti-whites? And you know, when they finally do, they'll only mention them to say that a Jew put them there. They're all in charge. A Jew put them there. Sriram Krishnan in charge. No Jews behind him. How about what's this other Indian I'm thinking of right now? Another billionaire that said that a billionaire Indian in America saying white people, by way of calling us MAGA, are animals, and on and on. That's what you have now because of anti-whiteism. Let's give it up for Stop Anti-Whiteism, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Yes, look at this. Anti-whiteism is a bigger problem, writes Sticks, Hex, and Hammer. Can somebody reach out to this guy and tell him we're celebrating him for this? Bigger problem than any of you know. Join our community. Become a white well-being advocate. I love this. And then look at all these different... No, I get Ireland there. No, I get Germany. No, I get Belgium. No, I get South Africa. We are all around the world, ladies and gentlemen. Never forget it. It is the only practice growing worldwide. Oh my God, look at this. Quote down here from yours truly. When you are outgunned, you die with arms, but win with brains. That's from me. Big salutes to Stop Anti-Whiteism. No white guilt.org. Oh my God, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you, when you are a big girl, you've got to go to extraordinary means to insert your Nova pregnancy prophylactic. Look at this nastiness. Oh my God. I mean, I knew it was going to be tough to insert the Nuva ring to prevent pregnancy, but when you're a big girl, you really got to go to extreme. I tell you what, when she finally got off of this thing, the next girl that came up and tried to climb on it, she's like, what the, did we get this thing from SeaWorld? Why does it smell like this? I swear Shamu was jumping through this shit last week. Oh my God. This poor thing, ladies and gentlemen.
Não é só dor de cabeça. É uma crise que
She watches her dreams in IMAX. That head so big, she remembers tomorrow. 22 states are blocking the Trump administration from inspecting SNAP. All 22 have Democrat governors. Again, in incessant articles about how the Democrats are undermining, etc., the Trump administration doing good things for us. So once again, is he doing good things? Is he fighting? He's getting things done and he's being undermined by the Democrats. Why is it the taboo grifters, the anti-Jews? Why aren't they talking about the anti-Trumps? Why aren't they talking about the evil of the Democrats that are undermining that? Instead, they're saying Trump isn't doing anything for us because they want you to hate him and undermine his administration because all they care about is hurting Jews, whether those Jews are anti-white or not. Now, this is the only good thing that AI should be used for. This poor dog was pulled over by law enforcement. As you can see, he's a good old boy with his camo cap.
Evening. You know why I pulled you over tonight? Uh-huh. You've been swerving a bit. Mind telling me what's going on? I see we got a couple open peanut butter jars here. You been eating and driving? Hey, don't, stop.
Look at all the peanut butter jars on the floorboard. Man, can a dog just relax a little bit on his way home from work? Me, do you think Chewbacca has pecs or a trail of tiny teats like a piglet? My Uber driver, why did you sit in the front seat? Oh, boy. Hard to be an Uber driver. Hey, Netanyahu, this is being reported everywhere. I had to include it. He reportedly is Netanyahu is beside himself, quote unquote, after a furious phone call with President Donald Trump over Iran. that left the Israeli leader, quote, with his hair on fire, close quote. That's being reported all over the place. The rage. Trump was asked about it, and Trump said he'll do what I tell him to do. Give it up for Trump. Of course, you know what they're going to say? The anti-Jews are going to say, oh, well, that's fake. They just want to make it seem like, except in the same breath, they would say Israel wants to wipe Iran off the map. So which is it? Is Israel and Netanyahu, are they pissed because there's going to be a peace deal? Or are they just faking it and they don't really want to wipe Israel off the map? I mean, Iran, or Israel want to wipe Iran off the map. This is what so many women, I'm afraid to say, guys, this is why they say they don't need no man, because they're under the impression that you could just deprive, undermine, shut out, discriminate against all white men in every opportunity in life. Take it all away from them because a couple little Dachshunds, little dogs otherwise, will just put on some Carhartts, hop on top of the table, look at the blueprints, and keeps Western civilization running. This is literally taking the place in the vast majority of women's heads.
Beats a jet holiday. And right now, you can save £50 per person. That's £200 off for a family.
Mothers recording her children create a messy nightmare for store employees. What is our slogan of the day? Can we say biospiritual incompatibility? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, biospiritual incompatibility. And finally, we have this. Have to go in for your colonoscopy, and this young man is very, very afraid. He does not want to have a colonoscopy done, but his wife or girlfriend has made the appointment for the procedure, and he's gone to see the doctor, and he's scheduled, and then she decided to call a radio station to have the radio station prank the young man.
Lord, I don't want you singing to me in the
You're going to really enjoy
procedure.
this.
Hello?
Hi, I was looking for Ray.
Yeah, this is Ray.
Hi, Ray. This is Dr. Evan. I'm the one that's performing the colonoscopy on you next Tuesday.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, right. How are you, Doc?
I'm okay. I just wanted to call and touch base with you, see how you're feeling about the whole thing.
To be honest, I'm a little nervous about it. You know, it wasn't really my idea. My wife wanted me to make this, you know, she even made the appointment for me, but, you know, it'll be fine. I think it should go well.
I really am surprised that you're not more excited. This can be a really freeing experience for you if you just let it happen correctly.
let it happen. Let it happen correctly. That doesn't, I was under the impression I'm not really doing anything. You're the professional, you know, so
well,
the ball's in your court, I think.
It sort of is. Yeah, it sort of is. Well, I'm just saying, once we get you strapped down, you and I are going to become very good friends over that 6 hours. So,
whoa, slow. Hold on, Doc. Hold on. Well, I thought this was a 30-minute procedure. That's what I've been told. So I don't. Why would it be 6 hours?
We want to make sure we check every nook and cranny, and that it's all taken care of. I don't want you coming back to my office unsatisfied.
I mean, I really just want the standard procedure. You know, a buddy of mine had this done, I think, like a year ago or something. He said he was in and out. It wasn't that bad. He just sort of grin and bear it. I don't know what the whole 6 hours. That's
well, in my case, you're not going to be grinning and bearing anything. You're just going to be grinning. Because you are going to have just
what the really, Doc. I'm sorry. This is making me incredibly uncomfortable right now. I don't know why you're like. It sounds like you're hitting on me. Is what it sounds like. To be honest, like it sounds like this is a date or something.
I don't want you to be uncomfortable, sir. I'm trying to.
You're making me uncomfortable right now.
All right. I'm sorry. I just want to make sure that when you come in for your colonoscopy, you have a pleasant experience. So with that being said, what kind of music do you like?
How is that relevant? I don't.
Well, you see, Ray, having the right music can help put you in the right mind frame for the procedure. That's why I prefer Sade, unless you have any objections.
I've never heard of anyone listening to music during their colonoscopy, to be honest.
Coast to coast, LA to Chicago.
Are you actually singing to me right now?
I'm just trying to show you what
No,
the
I don't
proper.
want you singing to me on the phone. I don't want you singing to me in the procedure.
Well, I'm just trying to paint the picture for you of how your procedure is going to go.
Well, the picture's painted pretty clearly. Like, I'm bent over on your table, and the last thing I want is you singing to me while your fingers are...
Okay, well, okay, so you don't want any music.
No music.
Okay,
I want
well,
the standard procedure, bare bones, nothing.
oh, nothing. Perfect. That leads me to my next question. Do I need to wear gloves? Because I really prefer not to.
Okay, all right. Your hands, gloves or no gloves, are not coming anywhere near match the deal. I'm canceling this appointment right now.
You're right. I'm not going to be performing.
All
on-
right, let's rock.
Social contract ripped to shade, generated lawless. Anti-white seditionist, terrorist in office. Anarcho-tyranny, defend yourself or die. Sentence when you defend yourself, no way to comply. Any-whites hate us on the basis of our birth. They want white erase across the face of the earth. But their iron grip is rusting and their hands are going slack. How now you rise, Western kindness done to cleanse our country's back. Seditionist, your rule is illegitimate. We're taking back our cities. We're taking back our states. Seditionist, your rule is illegitimate. You all belong in prison. Guantanamo away. Seditionist, your rule is illegitimate. Are we traitors and invaders? It's time to close the gates. Seditionist, your rule is illegitimate. No more white erase, no more anti-white hate. Newsom, Mom, Donny, and no balls walls. Any white oligarchs breaking all our laws. Last Friday, Hochul all profiting from Ford. The product of our hard work clutched in their claws. Illegal intruders swarm our borders, swarm our nations. They're no better than burglars. Anti-whites force us to pay them. Hey, white population, stop getting stepped on by cowards. Go free, become a people and strip them off their billboards. Seditionist, your rule is illegitimate. We're taking back our cities. We're taking back our space. Seditionist, your rule is illegitimate. You all belong in prison. Guantanamo away. Seditionist, your rule is illegitimate. We're traitors and invaders. It's time to close the gate. Seditionist, your rule is illegitimate. No more moderation, no more anti-white hate. Anti-whites in the streets attacking federal agents. Anti-whites in the seats backing up our displacement. Anti-whites in the schools pushing radicalization. Main pathogen indoctrination. Passage our evil as Satan. It's time for whites to come together side by side, you and me. It's time for white well-being. It's time to go free. With our minds unstopped, our Western kind will stand in unity. Replace boarded up dead zones with thriving white communities.
Give it up for Ivan for this epic song. We'll be getting right back to our news in a moment.
Seditionist, your rule is illegitimate. We're taking back our cities. We're taking back our states. Seditionist, your rule is illegitimate. You all belong in prison. Guantanamo away. Seditionist, your rule is illegitimate. Now we're traitors and invaders. It's time to close the gate. Seditionist, your rule is illegitimate. No more white erasure, no more anti-white hate.
Seditionist, you are finished. And you can hear this and many other epic tunes by heading on over to the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. Click on White Wellbeing Radio right up at the top and press play. It plays 24/7 epic music. Let's get into our couple of perspicacious comments, and we're going to be getting into the anti-white op, and we're going to be talking about Eric Orwoll and the case that was inevitable to be brought against Return to the Land. Ladies and gentlemen, perspicacious comments. First, we have Kevin McCarthy, and he's in there. He says, white anti-whites are the greatest enemy. A rot within a house divided will fall. Go free. Absolutely. 07s. Let's get some 07s for Kevin McCarthy. Let's keep it going with Joe, who's with us today. He says at 31 minutes, 42 seconds, eventually the social morality will exert enough pressure that the law books themselves will be white erased and anti-whiteism will be enshrined as the de jure law of the land. Now that's, I got to be, folks know, we could educate you. De jure is a French phrase that means of the day. De jure is a Latin phrase that means of law or related to law, by law, technically. He goes on, what will the cucks say then? Quote, oh, well, since it's legal, I guess that means it's okay, close quote. We're just mocking the cucks a moment ago. Arguing about what is or isn't legal is so stupid because the laws are just words on paper. The cucks know this because they love to talk about how gun-free zones don't stop a bad guy with a gun. They are so white-guilted and their brains are so warped with the anti-white narrative, they are beyond useless. He says at 1 hour, 4 minutes, 28 seconds, quote, it's our job, close quote. This is what so many white negatives either don't get or don't want to admit. Our destiny isn't going to be served to us on a silver platter. It's not going to be a single Caesar-like character that comes in and saves the country. It's going to take every single one of us fighting together selflessly for our people. The anti-non-whites are lazy pieces of human refuse. They whine that Trump isn't God himself, come to deliver Western kind to the promised land because it's easier to sit on your fat ass on a couch than to bleed on the battlefield for white well-being. And bleed, he's talking metaphorically, getting into the fight at the dinner table, at the lathe, at the school board meeting, etc. He finishes with this. Seeing these children, the ones who are complaining about being white, not wanting to be white, he says, always breaks my heart. My son has his same eyes, talking about the beautiful little white boy we saw in that horrible video, complaining about being white when his mother laughed about it. Didn't want to be white, not supposed to be white, wants to be non-white. He says, Joe writes, same hair, same face for the little boy. I see my son in every white child. Magnificent, brother. He says, I see my sister in every white woman. Magnificent. That's the way it's supposed to work. I see my brother in every white man. Magnificent. That's the way it's supposed to work. We owe it to our children. We have to leave it all on the battlefield every single day. Let's give it up for Joe. Perspicacious comments. 07s in the live chat for Joe. 3 more. And we're going to get to our rest of our news items on Church of the West today. Daniel writes, good show and lessons on the Rebel Roundtable as well, which of course takes place on Wednesdays after the roll-in gathering, which is at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. He says, love the Matrix examples, and I've been using them here today, some of the references that I talked about on the Rebel Roundtable. Love the Matrix examples, and he says, and yeah, whites need to get away from the naming stuff. It's never done us any good. Take care, guys. Thanks for putting up the fight. Let's hear it for Daniel. Perspicacious comments. Pappy writes here, 07s. He says, wow, I skimmed through that manifesto of the 2 anti-white terrorists who attacked the mosque. He says, I skimmed through the manifesto. Same kind of talking points I encountered when I was a high schooler. Exactly. The resistance is controlled. They're not the resistance. They are anti-whiteism. Pappy the Wanderer writes on, literally the same cookie cutter villain bullet point statements, except it's just complaining and rambling with no intellectual or novel statements. I probably would have agreed with some of it too, beside the violence, if I hadn't gone free by now. Yeah, let's hear it for Pappy the Wanderer. 07's big salutes. And finally, we have Ian writes here, hey, Jason, I know you get a lot of flack from other white nationalists. Well, we are not that. I know what you mean, though. I know you get a lot of flack from other white nationalists, but I appreciate you standing up for white people and calling out anti-whiteism. You are doing God's work. You'll hear it for Ian, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes. And that's it for the Perspicacious Comments today. Let me see what you all are writing. The great Four-Null has entered the House of Swash, and we can see him. We have big anti-white ops taking place. I mean, big ones, pushing people in the direction of villain role playing in the anti-white narrative. The anti-whites are dumping ungodly sums of money to get exactly. And I was having a conversation with messaging back and forth with Hans, learning about the what's being said in Australia by some of the schmucks in Australia, villain role playing losers over there, false flaggers over there. And they were talking about how this money is showing up for them. And they said on interview, it's from sketchy sources, but it doesn't matter because we'll do with it what we want. Except, you dumb shit, what you're doing is exactly what the anti-white sketchy sources of the money want you to do. That's how it's always been. I told Hans in a message back to him in the white sympathetic sphere, I can't tell you the number of times that people said, well, money is coming from this guy or this group, and we're not exactly sure. They're not in the movement. We don't know who exactly they are, but all this money, but it doesn't really matter because we're going to do whatever we want with the money. Like they're doing the opposite. Like they're paying that sketchy anti-white source of income is paying for what you do. Want more of that villain role LARPing filth because it controls the resistance. Idiots. Let's see what you all are saying. Tagging me as @ no white guilt. Thank you all for being Odin's stumbling. Ivan the Arbable is here. Nameless One says, like any channel where there's literally the name and like there's some butt baby of a Klansman and a Ghostbusters mascot as his picture. That's funny. Janitor is here as well. Good to see you. Logan Doss is here. Good to see you. Thank you for coming over. You're tagging me as Anti-Whiteism 777 is here. He says, any state refusing inspection should be maybe given the Venezuelan or Iranian treatment. Maybe given the Venezuelan, it says 2 of 2, and 3 of 3. All right. Yeah, well, I mean, that's not a bad idea. I'm guessing that's what Trump would do. He obviously is not playing around. Filthy, English, Irish peasant is with us. He says AI is projected to eliminate 70% of female-dominated jobs. Oops! I love that. Especially the whoring ones. That's the best. What else do we have here? Okay, we have, I remember you talking about the influencers all being paid by foreign interests. Well, they're all being paid by interests that are not, whose objective is not white well-being, because you can see that in their work. You can see the direction they're working for. So it might be foreign, it might be individuals within our countries. It's a spectrum, but yes, and the countries themselves. He says, I just saw, quote, inevitable China reposting. So I guess content creator called Inevitable China, reposting a live stream where Sneeko was unleashing anti-Chinese propaganda. So absolutely, there could be people paying for that, and he's giving them what they want. All right. One of the same clips she reviewed is that video was also reviewed by some pickup artists who didn't understand the anti-white dynamic and just saw it from the framework of a guy hitting on another guy's girl. Yeah, that's Lily Gaddis talking about there. Both content creators' takes should be rebutted. DM me those videos. I will happily do that. Tucker writes, a filthy, angry Irish peasant says, Qatar's son is announcing his video game streaming service called Qatari. Man, don't be hard on Atari. That was awesome back in the day. All right. Let's keep it rolling. JK160 is in the house. Linda is with us. Good to see everybody. Said Heather is here. Hello and welcome. Good to see you. Let's take a look at the first anti-white operation. Well, we already were talking about an anti-white operation when we're talking about Chud the Pegged. And disgusting. What a leader. What a leader. The leaders they have to point to. Good God. All right. Bada bing. So we're going to stop her right there because she does a Roman salute or quasi fake Roman salute. But you know, the people on YouTube will potentially have a fit even if she's doing it wrong. So what do we have here? We have an account with 4,800 followers. 4,800 followers. In 2 days, this tweet is up to 18 million views. 18 million views. This is the boosting of anti-non-white spurgery. This is the spurring, the financing, the glamorizing of playing the villain. This scumbag right here gets pegged for years, literally, by a black crackhead, according to him, that he went over to their house regularly and had sex with them, used drugs with them, the woman and her girlfriend. And the woman in question, the one that pulled up, I showed you the video earlier, she claims, now I guess he hasn't said otherwise. Apparently on one of his videos, he said, oh yeah, she's a crack whore that he had intercourse with without protection. Sounds like a great leader for white nationalism, for pro-whites. Absolutely despicable, disgusting. But he has hundreds of thousands of followers on multiple platforms. Who knows what they total, and has received hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars. And now other content creators out there, especially female ones, especially Lauren Chin, actually, just like she did with Nick Fuentes. Lauren Chin, one of these like gateway drug content creators who created Tenant Media. You remember Tenant Media? Was being financed by Russians. Tenant Media being which is legal, right to the question we were just talking about, which is legal. But of course, remember, those financiers and Tenant Media, Lauren Chin and her husband, forgot to file with the federal government that these Russians were financing her efforts. How much money? Dozens and dozens and dozens of millions of dollars. Who did she promote? It's important to ask the question and answer the question, isn't it? Because there she is as this pretty looking half Asian woman from Canada with all this soft lighting. And she talks about socio-political matters. And where does she direct people? Well, there's a little bit of cuckery. And then if you're going to object to that and resist this anti-white system, she promotes Nick Fuentes. She promotes a number of other villains. She knows damn well and good about this community. She knows damn well and good about white well-being, but her people paying the millions of dollars are not asking. Lauren Southern, Dave Rubin worked for them. He was paid $5 million. You see these people in their, sometimes like Lauren Chin, in like a bedroom environment, makes you think that they're regular old YouTuber from back in the day. Like me here in this 10 by 10 office. You see them in with like a Dave Rubin, a nicer studio, of course. There's obviously some more money. There's obviously a little bit more going on in the background. You don't totally get that feeling with Lauren Chin. You're being duped like a bitch by these people. And so now Lauren Chin is talking positively about Chud the Pegged, directing people into this anti-white op. If you're going to resist, you've got to go become a member of Zion. And Zion was always a cage, Neo. Zion was always a cage. So this is clearly an anti-white op. This was probably, I don't know for sure, it could have been probably an organic tweet. Some loser, some schmuck out there who tweeted, Chud the Builder has women lining up to breed with him when he gets out. Now, this is a completely fallacious claim. There's no evidence of women lining up to breed. I mean, maybe more black crack whores with strap-ons, and they're just raring to go. Maybe more of those ladies are ready. Maybe he's got to put on a few more pounds so that his ass can clap, like this woman says. Disgusting. But this is where this is the sewer. This is where the resistance leaders live, that they'll tell you about, that they'll let you know about. To perpetuate the lie, this piece of filth behind this account, remember, with only 4,800 followers, takes a video of an OnlyFans whore. Now, who told you at least 2 years ago that there would be this whole creation within the whoring online business of sluts that would make appeals to these anti-non-whites, that would say enter on their spaces, that would Roman salute, that would do everything to bring these people in and get them paying big dollars to them, enriching them. Who told you that? I told you that. And it's happening in spades. Now, you know what's going to happen? I'll just say an aside real quick. I'll tell you what's going to happen with this particular OnlyFans whore. Right now, she's saying F the K's and enter, and she's doing Roman salutes. But after that money is dwindling, it's not making her enough money, you know exactly what she'll do. She'll suddenly become the Nazi or the rebel, and she'll have a swastika banner and a Confederate flag, and she'll have that laying on the bed as she gets down on top of it and allows non-white guys to breed her. That'll be the next angle. That'll be the next taboo take. That'll be the next thing she pokes to build up her popularity and make her more money. So this piece of garbage takes that video to make his point of this OnlyFans whore. She has a Burger King crown on, and so this person puts a Burger King cap on the arrest photo of Chud the Pegged, the Black Pegged. That's really what Chud the Black Pegged. And then tries to tell people that women are lining up to have sex with him. So what does this do for all the millions of white guys out there that are suffering under anti-whiteism? It tells them that if you behave the way this guy behaved, if you play the villain, then you are this noble hero. And maybe this particular slut won't want you, but some other woman, maybe that good looking, will want you. Some other woman will come along and will decide that you're heroic and noble and magnificent, and will come along and will want you because you're a degenerate piece of shit. This is an anti-white op because you can see the boosting. 4,800 followers, 18 million views. I have 35,000 followers, and you'll see my tweet in a moment. And only was able to do anything. It did nothing. It did nothing. But only was able to do anything because Rapunzel decided to push it here and there to try to get some views onto it because of how radically de-boosted I am. So on X, that's not free speech, not even remotely. It is another platform that is boosting the villain role as the alternative to the system, the anti-white system. So those who assume the villain role are not opposing anti-whiteism. They are anti-whiteism. They're being bitched and chumped. And I want you to notice that everywhere you turn when it comes to this villain role, it's glamorized. It is supported. It is endorsed by the system. It is promulgated like this by the system. If you're a 17-year-old guy, 24-year-old guy, white guy, the world sucks for you. You have no dignity. Your women hate you. Your women tread on top of you. They're the leaders of the relationships. You can't get the job you deserve. Your talents that you have, your innate talents, the dues you've paid, you can't even get into schools or jobs to be able to pay your dues. And you look out in the world, you hate the world, and there you have the system telling you what it's all about, what you have to be, how you have to behave. And then here are the rewards. So once again, you see Chud going out, Chud the black pegged, going out into the world, making videos as a taboo grifter to enrich himself. You think he cares about white well-being? You think he cares about that guy in, what was it, Cape Cod, the working man? No, he doesn't care about that guy while he's going into these black heroin dens and having sex with blacks and being black pegged. He does not care about white people. That's not his concern. He hasn't been redeemed. He's going out into the world as a coward with a gun, saying nasty things to blacks, knowing that it's very unlikely that they're going to fight him since he's got a gun on him and will shoot them. That's cowardice. In the real world, where men used to be men, where this guy is not, like the old South, for example, he would allow the black guy that he's insulting to also have a gun. He would bring him a gun. I'm insulting you. Let's have a duel to the death. He's not going to do that because he's a piece of shit. And more of a piece of shit than you could ever realize. So obviously the system, the anti-white system, is going to endorse, support, celebrate, and glamorize this villain in the anti-white narrative because they want more just like him. They don't want white men going free. They don't want white men. They don't want white males becoming men of the West, using the tools that work, standing up in their environments and fighting anti-whiteism where it matters. They don't want that. They want this. So when finally, after boosting Chud on all of these different platforms, Chud the black pegged, after boosting him everywhere, he finally gets his ass beaten. And I get it, sucker punched first, but I've been sucker punched, so I can talk about it. And I've fought to the bloody end after being sucker punched and whooped ass. Gets his ass beat by some black guy for behaving this way, ends up shooting himself, grazing himself, and shooting the black guy. So he's got to be airlifted, arrested. And the system says, hey, let's make sure everybody knows that if you get arrested for behaving like this, you will receive hundreds of thousands of dollars. White 17-year-old, white 24-year-old, white 28-year-old. Your life sucks. You drive a Honda from the 90s. You could barely get any job. You can't get ahead. No girls will look at you. But if you act like a villain in the anti-white narrative, you could potentially end up with a massive following on social media and being paid shit tons of money as a consequence of it. All kinds of donations will come, and so much so that you can even end up hiring a professional cameraman with a professional camera to follow you around for your live streams. You can become idolized by this whole online ecosystem environment of scum. And you'll go from being the nobody in the 1990s Honda who can't get a decent job, can't get a girl to look at him, to suddenly celebrated for stolen valor, fighting for the First Amendment, fighting for our rights, fighting for the white race, fighting for your country, all of this stolen valor, all of it false flagging. You can become this great hero. Money will pour in. And if you get arrested, $1 million will pour in for you. Life, could you imagine young white guys hearing this? What a seductive message. Obviously, this is the system undermining the resistance to itself. Zion was always a cage, Neo. Anybody defending Chud the black pegged is themselves getting black pegged. Just so you know. So if you defend Chud the black pegged, it means that you are part of the getting black pegged community. You're welcome. I'm sure you know the benefit to that is that no one will ever hear you fart. So then, while you're arrested, and now this looks like, wow, maybe this guy is going to go to prison forever. If the prosecuting attorney, if the DA didn't overcharge him, maybe that's kind of scary. Maybe I shouldn't imitate that. Well, you just wait till the system come to the rescue. Oh, because now they'll tell you, the Lauren Chins will come in. Other female content creators will come in and say, well, he's doing the right thing. He might be doing the right thing. And they'll come and tell you, beautiful women will line up to have sex. It could not be more patently obvious that this is anti-whites doing this. Couldn't be. And then they boost an account holder with 4,800 followers up to 18 million views in just 2 days. I write this, 35,000 followers, 3,000 views. I write this, anti-white op, Zion was always a cage, Neo, pushing self-destructive behavior and controlled resistance strategies to young white men. Account holder has 4,800 followers. It's up to 18 million. It was at 12 million before 24 hours. I'll break it down for you today as I just did. So who is the person in the live chat who is also getting black pegged and defending Chud, the black pegged? Who is it? Great to see everybody here. Thank you for coming over. Who is the guy that is getting black pegged like Chud? Speak up now. Tag me. Anti-whiteism's 777 says Chud took the ultimate black pill. Yes. Baz is here. Good to see you. It's a miracle whenever anyone uses even the broken form of anti-white, anti-white, because it frames white well-being as the norm. The great Stumbling has spoken. Oh, Travis here, working for he's presently being black pegged as he's typing on his phone. He's like, Chud will get more women. Bro, this guy has been black pegged. You need to find a roof, get drunk, and test your balance. This is not, we are about white well-being. We are about, this is the kind of guy, the guy talking right now, this Travis guy, is the kind of guy that bites his lip when he wipes his ass. We are about white well-being. Chud's not getting shit. He's a degenerate cur. In fact, the only pipe getting laid is the pipe on him in prison, which he probably welcomes. So Heather says, it's great to have groups like this one, and thanks. No white guilt, I appreciate it. Salutes to you, Heather. Filthy, angry Irish peasant says a Gypsy Crusader allegedly has his sponsor, a Russian online crypto casino, to put up $1 million bond for Chud. What a surprise. What a surprise. The anti-white Russian government. And of course, this gypsy guy, another false flagger, claiming to represent whites, dressing up in Nazi costumes. This guy is partially Indian. He's not white at all. Dressing up, going online and saying the exact same kind of enter to non-white teens online. Justin is here. Good to see you, brother. Well, I guess Travis, are you going to be able to comment, Travis? I doubt it. It hurts too much. We must bring back honor, masculinity, dueling, reciprocity, patriarchy. We must have white well-being, says Anti-Whiteism 777. Exactly. All right. Well, so Travis says he is an American Indian. Well, why are you coming to a white positive space and pushing this degenerate white anti-non-white POS? That just makes you anti-white. Of course you are one of his supporters. Here you have, ladies and gentlemen, by his own admission, an American Indian coming into a white positive space, pushing a degenerate cur who false flags for the white race. What a surprise. Look at their followers. Fuentes's are the exact same kind of followers. Anti-white, non-whites who get a kick out. What, are you afraid of blacks? Do you feel really small and scared around blacks? That's probably the case, isn't it? You feel really small and scared. You go to the grocery store and you're like all little, and the blacks are outside and you're like, please don't look at me. Please don't be loud and look in my direction and frighten me anymore. And so you get a real kick out of some loser walking up with a gun and calling them enter. That's what it is. You're just living vicariously through him. So you show up in a white positive space to say he's the real deal. You're just an invalid, impotent, scared of blacks, and you're living vicariously through somebody who will call them enter while holding a pistol. That's Claudine Gay. Get lost, anti-white. We have better things to talk about. That is Chud the Black Pegged, and this is an anti-white op, ladies and gentlemen, deboosting my posts. This is why I almost never personally post, because it's not worth it. I had a higher percentage of my followers, actually, let me point this out, a higher percentage of my followers seeing my tweets under the previous ownership at Twitter than I do now, since Elon Musk came in and made his deal so that the pressure would be taken off of X and he wouldn't lose his business. You can be anti-non-white and then have support of Travis, American Indian Americas. You could be boosted to all of them. But if you are for the well-being of white people and the arresting of our victimization, no one will get to hear you. You'll get speech without reach, which isn't speech at all. So let me point. Some people might say, well, Jason, this tweet reached 18 million people and still climbing under 48 hours because there's a pretty girl in it. Because there's a random pretty girl, even though she is a known e-slut on OnlyFans, and this is her shtick, and it's appropriate to use these Jew idioms and vocabulary for people who are anti-Jew. They call themselves Goyim, so it's appropriate to use it for them. So she's got her shtick going on there. And so even though it's still a pretty girl, wrong. It's the boosting that took it to 18 million. I will just show you. Let me see. Take a look at that. This woman promoted Born Guilty in various pictures that we promulgated everywhere in the tiniest string bikini that you can imagine. And she is what she is, on the beach with Born Guilty. This was radically deboosted. No one saw this. So for over a month, 2 months, these pictures and others of her on the beach were promulgated. This is a real woman from back in the day. And we promulgated these and it went nowhere. So it's not the female that's getting the attention. It's the boosting by the anti-whites. What else are the anti-whites up to? Okay, so Travis, the American Indian, is trying to goad me. How low is your IQ, bro? Trying to go. You're a coward if you won't say enter. Grandmothers say enter, you loser. Grandmothers across this entire country, just a couple generations ago, you think you're based when women and grandmothers were saying, and they used the word just as a descriptor. It wasn't like they said it and everybody was like, based, only losers like you. No one's fallen for that shit. Reverse psychology from this inbred, black-pegged loser. This meth muppet, this meth goblin. Oh, there are two. There's another one. That's the one that's saying, the other one is the one that you're saying, trying to use the reverse psychology. You're a coward if you won't say enter. I want you to get a video camera and videotape yourself walking up to a group of black guys in the ghetto and say that word and any others you want. You could use plenty of other slurs. And I want you to get videotape of what happened, because saying, I saw a funny, it was actually a black guy shared a funny meme of a black guy holding up, as a cartoon, holding up a skinny little loser like yourself by the shirt collar, and in the bubble over the white guy's, skinny little white guy's head, it said, you just wait till I get back home and can anonymously call you an enter. You all are the biggest jokes ever. You don't realize how much of a joke you are, bitch. You don't realize you're another one that bites his lip when he wipes his ass. We have lawsuits we're going to be talking about here in just a moment. The inevitable lawsuits that I predicted, when it comes that I've been predicting long before there was an Eric Orwoll and a return to the land, have shown up. And there'll be more. This won't be the only one. And we'll take a look at that. Let me look at the meth muppets. Let's see here. It's another anti-white, writes Rapunzel, saying you're a coward. His name is No Bullshit. I guess that's the way we use that in the Southland. If you're fat, we call you skinny. If you're skinny, we call you fat. No bullshit means you're full of bullshit. Gotcha. Cheap AI is here. Chud got black pillowed. Oh, nice. Filthy angry Irish peasant said that. Gypsy's mother was a mestizo Mexican, not a Mayflower Mexican, aka a Spaniard. Well, precisely. He also has North Indian heritage. So he's filth. Just another piece of shit that's being pushed to be the alternative to anti-whiteism, the anti-white system. These guys, folks, these guys really don't know what they're up against, do they? Oh my God. The meth muppets. The meth muppets. Then they're always talking about fighting too. I'm brave. You can find me. Really? You're totally anonymous. You're so brave. You're such a good fighter. You couldn't beat a soapy pecker. Get lost. Anti-white garbage. Kaiser is here. Hello and welcome. Winged Productions in the house. Travis says, you don't want to talk no more. No more. You don't want to talk no more. You don't. That means I want to talk more. Dumb. Just look. More Doritos need to be on the shelf. So go stock the shelves. Yeah. The anonymous guy says, turn your camera off and go back to your anonymity. I'm a guy in the real world. Were you kicked in the head by a mule? How are you that stupid? I bet you look like you would hold that opinion. I'm sorry. It's just too funny to take shots at the garbage that show up. This guy's another one. Yeah, bullshit. No bullshit. This guy's, you can't make them mad. My goal is, and our goal is the arresting of our victimization, not prodding blacks into anger. You are a piece of shit. That is, a fifth grader could prod blacks into anger. Again, get video of yourself going to the ghetto and saying enter and everything else to these people. Don't bring a gun. Just go there. I mean, that's until you do that, there's nothing you have to say. Nothing you have to say. Here we have what's happening in this lawsuit. Well, by God, Eric Orwoll. You know, we really liked Eric when he came on, and I shared some of my thoughts. I've shared thoughts prior to him coming on about whites only communities. And what's always been my advice, that you can't let the anti-whites know what you're doing, because they have numerous ways to come after you and undermine the white. And what's the purpose of the white community? Well, the purpose, of course, of the white community is to be among our own, to celebrate our norms and standards and etc., to teach our children. Hopefully, if you want to do something productive, to inoculate them with Go Free against anti-whiteism. That's the whole purpose of it. What else are you doing? Do you want to just incite blacks? What would be the purpose of it? So I said all along, I've been advocating that if it is of your inclination to live in such an environment, that you should find the other families you want to live with. You should move to some pre-existing town where it is already accommodating in various ways. So not only a high percentage of white people, but good schools, hospitals nearby, etc. There's not a nuclear plant right beside you or whatever, not a data center right beside you. And then even when you create these environments, and the whole purpose is you're doing that for your families so that you can be an advocate for white well-being globally, so that you can do this with your families. You can use the local community center for your gatherings, your white positive gatherings. When you get online, you advocate worldwide so that your little haven that you're building isn't eventually subsumed by anti-whiteism, correct? Yes? Let me get an amen. Only intelligent thing to do. You're welcome. That's if you wanted to do it. And then I said, but none of these environments are permanent for white people. You have to be ready to move. It might be a 5-year residence. It might be 10, maybe longer. If you're really lucky, you choose the right place, and we have enough of an effect on the social morality of the West. Maybe longer, maybe 15. I don't know. I don't know. It depends on how quickly we promulgate the remedy to anti-whiteism, doesn't it? Because that's going to determine how white people respond when they find out about your little white block in this town or 2 blocks in that town. Will they care? Will they not care? Will they side with you? And will they have the tools to object to what the anti-whites would like to do? More importantly, the anti-whites would do things like change the laws. They will do things like decide to build a chicken plucking factory right upstream from where your little community is built so that the water gets polluted. Your well water gets polluted. The creeks get polluted. There's so many things that anti-whites can do. They can move in hordes of non-white people, as we've watched, anti-white non-white people, as we've watched and detailed here, that anti-whites in the federal government do and have done and will continue doing, right? So this whole idea of building a legal entity to create a whites-only town was problematic from the start in a number of ways, some of which I just detailed. One of the biggest ways is the structure. You have different types of networks, and a centralized network is a gleaming target that anti-whites are absolutely adroit, dexterous at destroying. They know exactly how to go after centralization. So then you might say, as people over the years have said, well, decentralization. Nope, still doesn't work. The way we have organized the structure of Go Free, distributed, floating influence, is the only way to succeed. The anti-whites cannot address that. There's nothing to shoot down. But when you set up a legal entity, you essentially set off a flare that says to the anti-whites, here we are, come get us. Now, you could set up a legal entity for a community and then keep it very quiet. But that's not what Eric was doing. That's not what this community, they were going out and preaching that it's the way to go and bringing attention onto themselves. And that's a decision they made. Bring people in, bring money in. Well, inevitably, you are going to need a lot of money because with that centralized network and a flare and a bullhorn telling the anti-white world, here we are, they're going to come at you with lawsuits of various types, not just this one that's brought by one Michelle Walker. This can be only the beginning, I'm afraid. And more, I'm afraid, will follow. Eric came on and we talked about that a little bit, and I didn't share so many of my reservations about why I did not ever pursue anything like that or endorse anything like that. But I wanted him to have success. I said that in the interview, and I genuinely mean that. I want him to win this lawsuit, although I think the odds are extremely slim. And we'll be talking about that. But of course, he then went on to own Nick Fuentes, showing extremely poor judgment, to own Nick Fuentes as the leader of the resistance because of Fuentes' popularity, because of all the money that pours in from SPLC and other anti-whites into Fuentes, and the villain role LARPing, the false flagging for white people that they are engaged in. He pledged fealty to Fuentes. I broke the video down. Bad decision. Bad decision. If allowing Blood Tribe to participate in meetings, Blood Tribe to stay at your white neighborhood, bad decision. They are 100% financed by anti-whites. Convicts, violent convicts, who, by the way, when they did a march on a bridge, they're so tough that when the black neighborhood nearby found out about it and started showing up, they all ran and jumped in a U-Haul and raced away from there with the protection of the police. That's kind of curious. Another bad decision. And these are bad decisions of judgment, of leadership. Owning Nick Fuentes as leadership, allowing Blood Tribe to be present. And there are some others from some other groups that are violent. They talk about violence. They plan violence. They're undoubtedly paid for by anti-whites. And so this is what you're inevitably going to get. So the inevitable lawsuit, it was the FHA. What is it? It'll come back to me. Lawsuit by Michelle Walker. She applies to be able to buy land, which you are allowed to do at RTTL, which is technically Wisdom Woods, LLC. Applies to buy land. She's interviewed. She happens to be half white, half Jewish. She's married to a black guy. She was referring to them as biracial. They're not biracial. They're multiracial children. They're triracial children. And she applied to buy land. She claims that it was because she couldn't believe how cheap it was. She just desperately wants to buy a parcel of land where the scenery is god-awful. And now, yes, Eric and the white people there could end up like white people do, making it beautiful. But if you show up and look at this territory, you could look at it on Google Maps. This is not a nice place. This is not a really lovely environment to live in. White people can make it such, but it's not inviting in and of itself. So she wasn't going to live there. She's obviously an anti-white, in my opinion, Michelle Walker, and she saw what was happening. So she decided to set up an anti-white operation herself, again, in my opinion, that she would apply knowing that she would be denied, given that she's half Jewish, married to a black guy, has triracial or multiracial children, that they wouldn't be allowed in. And that this, of course, would be discrimination based on race, religion, race, color. I guess they say those both together. Race, color in the law, religion, and family status. So that's illegal. Now, Eric and his cohorts, they have an argument that has actually failed other times, that it's a private club and that people in this private club, they are allowed to come and live on the property. Here's why the argument has failed in the past and why the likelihood of it failing again, at least to some degree, is very high. Because while you are allowed to have a private organization, and while there is the First Amendment freedom of association, which obviously they will be arguing as well, they are not providing a place and places on that place for members to live. So it's, by the view, certainly an interpretation of an anti-white audience, anti-white judges, anti-white, whoever will be reviewing this, a subdivision. And in a subdivision, you cannot discriminate. And this is actually going all the way back to like 1866 on the basis of race, color, religion, family, status. Now, what is she seeking? Well, she gets denied and she immediately heads over to a law firm that has had apparently a ton of success with such lawsuits, a ton of success. And then they rope in a number of other entities to provide feedback and the like to strengthen their case against the white race by way of the avatar of Wisdom Woods, Eric Orwoll, etc. And I think he's personally named, as well as Wisdom Woods LLC. So she's seeking, by way of this lawsuit, damages, compensatory damages, because her feelings were hurt. Punitive damages, all of the costs involved, like including her lawyers and the firm and everything else, and an injunction that will prevent Wisdom Woods LLC from operating as they had been operating, denying people on the basis race, color, religion, family status. That's what she's looking for. Lawsuit filed against whites only community. And now there really hasn't been much of a development since the filing of the lawsuit. Eric and their LLC has not responded yet. There are no court orders yet. But that all is coming. And this, again, is the failing, really the hope that he has, the failing of such structures. The hope that he has, that I see, the only hope that he has, is that this U.S. District Court circuit in Arkansas is more of a conservative court. He would have much better chance if this were to happen in years to come as the Go Free Dialogic had been more widely spread. And those people who were going to be hearing the case would be responding. And making the final decisions. But what's going to end up happening? This is a colossal money pit. This is a colossal boondoggle. They're building out there for sure, to be clear. But they're bringing in hundreds of thousands of dollars from white people, which are going to go where? To these legal battles. It's not going to go to anything positive for white people at all. It's going to go to fighting limitless legal battles and payouts, which is most often where these cases lead. They pay off the injured party, and then the injured party goes away. Here's the rub. If, and I want this to happen for white people, if Wisdom Woods wins, that won't be the end of these lawsuits, not by a stretch. It won't set a precedent that they probably think it would. More of these lawsuits will come. The way you just word the lawsuits, change them a little bit, and it suddenly gets around the precedent argument. So even if they win, there can be more lawsuits, a lot more, and they'll get very creative. Even if they knock down successive lawsuits, anti-whites can change the laws. They can change. There are laws in the state of Arkansas itself about who you can and can't sell property to, whether or not you could be. And very often in cities and states and counties, these laws can be made far more onerous, far more burdensome than the federal law. So don't forget that. Anti-whites can go down the line. They could go right to this county. They could go right to the city. They could go right to the state, and they could change the laws. They could go to all the states where they want to set this up, and they can just change the laws, and it wouldn't take much. Some little amendment to something in a law, and it wouldn't take much. And now what they're doing is just illegal. Then what are you going to do? Bring in another $250,000 of the money that the white race doesn't have? Because you know the money that's going to these people are from regular white folks. You know it's people who have a hope and a dream that they piss away, and they dump a bunch of money into it, and it's just going to go to the Michelle Walkers of the world, either directly to their checking accounts or into the legal battles of fighting them. That's the sad reality of these things. That's why they've always failed.
Understand why some people, though, might see what you're doing as racism.
Sure, of course. But I also don't know exactly what racism is. The concept has shifted over the years. If racism is...
Okay, not a good start.
...is hating other groups of people, I would say we're not racist. If racism is valuing your racial heritage and wanting to perpetuate it, well, then by that definition, yeah, we're racist.
That was November of last year. It's from a story I did on Return to the Land.
What a soundbite.
It's a whites-only community in Northeast Arkansas. Now, the man answering my questions is Eric Orwoll. He's the president and co-founder of Return to the Land. Now, tonight we've learned Orwoll and others are being sued by a woman who claims her application to purchase property there was rejected over race and religion. The plaintiff in the case, Michelle Walker, says she's of Jewish ancestry, is married to a black man, and has biracial children. I spoke briefly to Walker on the phone, who says she's not doing interviews. However, one of her lawyers from Legal Aid of Arkansas said they're proud and excited about the filing. They're co-counseling with other lawyers in this case who they feel are well-versed in this area of law, and they're optimistic about the outcome. Now, the suit accuses Orwoll and the Return to the Land of violating various civil rights and fair housing acts. I also spoke with Orwoll, who said Only this, he's aware of the suit, and he has not been served anything at this time. This is obviously a story that we will continue to track and bring you updates as we get them.
I thought that might be a little bit more news for us. Let's check this one. Arkansas whites-only community sued for discrimination by woman with black husband.
What if
Half
Juliet
white.
got a second chance at life after Romeo? And Juliet, the new hit from...
Where's that playing from? Good God. All right. Whites-only community sued for discrimination by half-Jewish, half-white woman but said she identifies as white. Husband whose application to buy land was denied. Travis America should take a look at the mod Carlisle Cockatoo. Michelle Walker, 49, claims in a lawsuit that she was discriminated against when her request to join Return to the Land, 160-acre site near rural town of, Ravenden, was refused in November of last year. RTTL, which was launched in 2023, is described on its website as a private association for individuals and families with traditional views and common ancestry. Walker, a real estate agent, worker who lives in St. Louis, Missouri, said she was not drawn to RTTL for its principles, but was simply captivated by its exceptionally low sale price. So this is an anti-white op. She's an anti-white pig. And this is a great way also to demonstrate. We've talked about so many times. When you play the villain in the anti-white narrative, your basic bitch anti-whites are going to be able to instantly identify you. That's not a win. You're not scoring for white well-being when you make yourself easily identifiable to purple-haired or anti-whites like this woman right here, because they will come out of the woodwork in their tens of thousands to destroy you. She'll relish every second of this. Intelligence, and these are the same kind of people that will say, no, it's good. You want to be there, and you want them, the purple-haired ones, to spot you and then to come after you. These are the same kind of people that instead of citing a white man, they'll cite Sun Tzu, the Asian, the non-white, and say, this is the genius of warfare. And they'll talk about it and they'll give lectures on it. But then their very first step into conflict is make yourself as visible as you can to the anti-whites. Make yourself the absolute target. Paint a giant target on the horse's ass that is your endeavor, so that every anti-white at any and every level can see you and come after you. So self-identified as white, there it is, believed she would be eligible to join the community based on its requirements and disclosed that she has Jewish ancestry on her mother's side. According to the complaint filed Wednesday in the U.S. I wonder if we were to identify as Jews, would Jews suddenly come to help us? No. If we identified as Jews, could we suddenly become citizens of Israel? No, because they're a people. And so no, Michelle, you can't identify as white if you are anti-white. End of story. Her husband's black. They have 3 children. She was given an interview by the community in which her background was explored. And about a month later, her application was denied. There's the anti-white pig. We don't believe you for a second. You're just an investor. Give me a break. On Wednesday, she sued RTTL for, and of course, this is my opinion. She's obviously very litigious. For refusing to sell her land on the basis of race and religion. She sued Fair Housing Act. What did I say earlier? FHA. And civil rights laws stretching back to 1866. I was right about that. In support of her argument. Walker said in her filing that her application saw her complete the group's, I don't like when things are written now. It saw her complete the group's application form in which she answered questions about her ancestry and religion. Walker, so she knew as a real estate agent They go through wild anti-white courses. I mean, wild anti-white courses to prevent them. We've got real estate agent people in the community, and the things that I've learned from them. So she knows. She is like, absolutely, they cannot do this. The filing added that Walker's husband, specifically of Irish and African descent. Why not just white and African? Okay. When asked about the religion, Walker allegedly replied that she's Christian. She believed Jesus died for her sins. Walker also faced questions about whether she supported segregation and multiculturalism, gay marriage, and transgenderism. Per the lawsuit, Walker was surprised to see those sorts of questions. She knew exactly what was going to pop up. She thought they were clearly violating federal and state fair housing laws, prohibiting consideration of race, religion in a land sale decision. However, Walker went through with the questionnaire with the hope and expectation. She's got to say it that way so she can claim she was emotionally harmed. That she would not be denied the right to buy the land because of her answers. About 6 weeks after submitting the application, Walker was allegedly interviewed by a RTTL member. When roughly 1 month went by, they responded, said no dice. The interviewer told her she should not expect her application to be approved. Walker was never contacted by the group again. Walker accused RTTL of denying her right to purchase land based on her religion, ancestry, and the race of her family members, which are incompatible with RTTL's goal of establishing an all-white community. The lawsuit claimed RTTL had developed an extensive screening process to make sure that only white, non-Jewish people can join their community in the Ozarks. So as I said, inevitably, the defense is going to be, as it will be in subsequent lawsuits, that they have a right to the First Amendment freedom of association and that they are private membership. And the decision is going to come down to, in my non-lawyer position as a member of the laity, will come down to determining whether or not this is operating as a private membership entity by essentially creating a subdivision where people buy houses and then build their own houses on those parcels of land. What matters most here, as we know in service to white well-being, is the interpretation. Who is going to be interpreting these things? Not good. There's a little bit of hope in that the court is considered a conservative court. So we hope it turns out in a good way. But I will tell you this. It's a very clear violation of the law if the interpretation is that they're building a subdivision and this isn't a private entity providing housing for its members. So based on that, if it's not interpreted to be that, it is a clear violation. And what most likely will happen is that in most of these cases, they pay off the plaintiff. The defendant pays off the plaintiff, which means who knows how many of your donated dollars. They have to pay for their lawyers. So, you know, it's up to white folks out there. What do you want to do with your dollars that you can put into, the few dollars that you have, put into the well-being of our people? This is going to be a money pit. They are going to need lots of money, and Eric has said it I've seen many appeals for money from him because he needs tons of money. So the money can go to these lawsuits, and I will tell you now that even if they prevail over this particular plaintiff, it won't set a precedent that will prevent similar lawsuits from being brought again. And they can just henpeck the shit out of Wisdom Woods into oblivion. I wish that were not the case. I'm endeavoring to create an environment where white people like Eric Orwoll or white people anywhere can decide they're going to live somewhere and they're going to decide who their neighbors are. And that environment can only be created with the Go Free dialogic. That's the reality. Because you have to supplant the anti-white immoral imperative. If you do not supplant that, if you do not provide people with the tools to argue with morality and not say, well, then we are racist, not say shit like that, not pledge loyalty to Nick Fuentes, not do business with Blood Tribe losers. If you're going to have white people that want to do that anywhere, you're going to have a social morality that is shifting from an anti-white social morality to a white positive social morality. And you don't get to a white positive social morality by saying enter, by demonizing Jews and Arabs and Indians and all the rest. You only get there with the tools that we provided here. Too damn bad that you didn't figure it out. That's just the way it is. That's how the cookie crumbles, as the saying goes. So you could put your money to this, and good Lord willing, Wisdom Woods will prevail in this case, but it's going to continue to be attacked and sapped and be a gigantic money pit. Have you seen that movie from back in the day, The Money Pit, where a couple moves into a house and they just keep pouring money in and things just keep going wrong and the house like falls down a hole in the end or whatever it is? Maybe they eventually get it fixed and it looks beautiful. I don't know. But it's going to be a money pit. It's just going to hoover more and more money for it to survive. Hoover more and more money for it to survive and work. How much money are we able to achieve these kinds of successes with? Not even a fraction of what's going to Wisdom Woods LLC. Not even a fraction. So make up your minds. Make up your minds what you want. And let me take a quick look at what people are saying. All right, so you had another anti-non-white showing up with the same lame, he done fed. Do you want me to sing Secret Agent Man for you? Again, loser. Starch yourself. Kill your speed. Over 3 decades of service. He's a fed duck. So this is the same kind of shit. I would love to meet you. This is what's undermining you are an enemy of the white race. This is what's undermining our success. These actual pieces of shit showing up and telling people everywhere they go, don't listen to white well-being. And he's probably a non-white. Don't listen to white well-being. Don't listen to the no white guilt guy. Don't listen to any of this stuff that's working because he's a Jew or he's a Fed or whatever this anti-white piece of shit thinks the audience needs to hear to turn away. Every fucking time. This is more of a problem for the reclamation of our destiny than the anti-whites at X and the anti-whites at Facebook and the anti-whites, all these other places deboosting us. This is more of a threat. You piece of shit. My life's work, I got to tell you, I feel a special hatred. My life's work for my people. I've had 2 children named after me in this community for my success for our people. We've had 14 people get off the path to suicide. Our strategies have worked with labor unions, with major media empires, with police departments, everywhere. It's reunited families. It's enabled people to climb the ranks at their place of employment, white people, to become better champions for themselves, their families, the circles they influence. And you show up to turn people away from that. When I come to power, and it might not be in this visage, it might not be in this power, but it's going to be me through the men of the West who come to power. They're going to hunt you motherfuckers down. And you will get the harshest punishment of all. Worse than the purple-haired freaks running around. Worse than the self-identified social justice workers, warriors. You will get worse. Trust me. Because you deserve worse. Because you stand in the way of all the good that we do here for white people. I live in the DC metro area. If you would ever like to show up and have a full contact conversation, I'll be happy to do it, because I'm fighting for the white little boys and little girls who are telling their parents, thinking every day and telling their parents that they hate being white. I will come at you with a fury you've never experienced or even known was possible for them. Fucking jokes. Cool Papa J Magic pointing out what the losers will say. Good, absolutely good take, brother. They'll say, but it's not fair. Ay is here. That's not a defense. That's a surrender to the anti-white narrative. What does Orwoll think he's doing? Conceding his people's dignity to slurs. I agree. Ridiculous. Well, his former leader, of course, he had to turn away from him because his avowed leader, Nick Bubble Boy, I'm a Mexican Fuentes, turned on him again, says that you should embrace being a racist. 777 says they should divide the property buying from the group joining. Then they're not discriminating in housing. Only sell to group members and only allow people to join that pass. There's an idea. Maybe something will evolve out of this. Another loser has shown up saying free Chud. How many of you guys are presently being black pegged? I mean, are you doing it yourself? Are you doing it to yourself? Is that what you do? Because that's what your leader is all about. All right. 777 says, full contact conversation. I'm stealing that. Use it, my brother. I create to empower our people. Lambda says he might be able to work for ICE or Border Patrol, should he? It depends on the circumstances. We've got people in law enforcement in this community. So it depends if it's going to work for you. What's your social media history like? Is it go free? Is it white positive? You shouldn't have any problems. At least during the Trump administration. Good benefits. Decent pay. Investigate it. Investigate it and come back at follow-up gathering. Tag me. Let us know what some of your concerns are, and we'll help you work through that. The black-pegged army has arrived. Boy, you really get to see them for who they really are. You have all this good happening, being done for our people by way of the work here. And these garbage villain role playing, false flagging of white well-being, garbage show up. And they're like, don't do any of this. Don't participate in any of this for these reasons. Whatever you think, I will say. Don't do it for all of these reasons. They need to all go to hell. Those people, never forget this, my beloved community. Those people are the enemy of the white race. They're anti-whites, but they're the enemy because they're in the way of us coming to greater and greater awareness for the white population. Those people are in the way. If they weren't in the way, we would just be contending with our victimizer, anti-whites. Let's go to a short break, and the true, the loyal, the brave, and genius will remain. We'll be right back.
I am not afraid to resound, and with every passing year I find myself sunlight, just so another could take it to face their night. Do I look alright? Tell me all you know and give me eyes to see all of the beauty that's staring straight back at me. 'Cause everything I feel wonders if it's real. Back to the bottom, no oxygen here. And yet I am not afraid to ease out. How does it go? We all fade as a leaf in the end. And what would you say if you were certain? And how many days did I wait to begin? And it's such a shame that I asked for permission. Tell me all you know and give me eyes to see all of the beauty that's staring straight back at me. 'Cause everything I feel wonders if it's real. Back to the bottom, no oxygen here. And yet I am not afraid to ease out. And if I fall with the best of us. I know how hard I loved. This chapter's coming undone. And I don't regret anything. Life's not an endless spring, and autumn is coming. And all I know is beauty transcends. And when there's darkness, beauty transcends. 'Cause what I know, beauty is real. From what I feel, no matter if I'm at the bottom. 'Cause I am not afraid to ease out. No, I am not afraid to ease out.
Lightning has struck, and this community is a self-moving machine that can never be stopped now. Never be stopped. It's fulfilled. The prophecy is fulfilled. The white race will be a people again.
Like in the mouth, when you say my name, your feet on feel like it's all a game. I wear my scars like a chain of fire. Every wound you made just built me higher. And I know the shape of coming storm. I heard your steps in the walls and the floor. You can circle slow, you can take pretend. I don't break easy, I just bend. Nemesis, take your shot, Nemesis.
Let's get, ladies and gentlemen, to the swashbuckling celebrations. Get out your raucous emojis, your quadruple 07s. We did that, ladies and gentlemen. Never forget it. Let's keep it rolling. Anglo-Saxon NWG, big salutes for the swashbuckling commander. 2,794 likes. Who else is fed up with systemic anti-whiteism? Anglo-Saxon NWG, swashing general. Show the man some love. Oh, we got this coming up. We got that coming up. We got this coming up. Now, folks, you really got to get on the seats, saluting, celebrating for James, because he had one hell of a week. Ladies and gentlemen, let's just go through this. Get the celebration going for James and just don't stop. 2,000 plus likes. Translation, don't contradict the anti-white narrative. He comes in. I want you to read all of these. We don't have the time to read them all. This is James being a swashbuckling general commander like you wouldn't believe. 1,309 more souls this gentleman saved here. Racist, in quotes, is a genetic anti-white slur for anyone who contradicts the anti-white narrative. Give it up for James. He ain't stunned. This is the consequence of anti-whiteism. He writes more. 1,597 more for James. On your seats for James. On your seat. This washer was epic. This racist is genetic. 1,309. Anti-white slur for anyone who contradicts the anti-white narrative. Give it up for James. James again. That's white erasure. 1,729 more souls saved by James, swashbuckling extraordinaire. He was on fire this week, ladies and gentlemen. Say no to white erasure, folks. 1,679 more empowered by James himself, ladies and gentlemen, this week. Give it up for James. He's not done. The mainstream media doesn't report things that contradict the anti-white narrative. 378 given likes and climbing. Ladies and gentlemen, Hank Tech is underneath of him, it looks like. Says anti-whiteism must end as well. Hank Tech is up there. James back again, ladies and gentlemen. That's hoax. That's a hoax called the anti-white narrative. 1,209 more souls saved by James. Light up the live chat for this man. My God, James, it's illegal in England to contradict the anti-white narrative in any way. 1,000 more likes, ladies and gentlemen. It's growing. It's growing. He can't be stopped. Decolonize, in quotes, is an anti-white lingo for white erasure of our culture. 475 and growing. Give it up to James. How many thousands of people did he introduce to the lexical and dialectical legerdemain of Go Free this way? He's not done. Anti-whiteism is cope. Their envy can never be satisfied. 4,313 more to James' credit this week. My God. Good God and almighty, James is back again. Anti-white propaganda is finally starting to backfire. 25.5 thousand likes to James on this one post, ladies and gentlemen. Add another feather to this man's cap. He's in the cavalry, and he's showing you how it gets done. James back again. How many times white erasure on her watch? 826 and growing, giving likes to this. Liberated from the lexical and diet. This is the kind of thing you could be a champion like James, or at least you can try. James back again. I like the part where his sign says ethnic erasure is bad, actually, except that it's not all ethnic groups being targeted. So the sign should say white erasure is bad, actually. Oh my freaking God. On your feet. On your feet. To James, setting a record. 100 more people and climbing, giving likes there. Is that finally, my God, ovation for James this week. We got this coming up, and we're going to play it. We got this coming up. Oh, my God. We've got Stop Anti-Whiteism is on the scoreboard this week. More anti-white fiction. 1,544 people exposed to the lexical and dialectical legerdemain of Go Free. We've got Stop Anti-Whiteism here. This is from the wild. It was found, stumbled upon. Our swashbucklers stumble all the time upon folks using the lexicon in the wild. Diplomat for Western Con, thank you so much. Found this individual right here called Mike saying stop anti-whiteism in the wild. 164 people giving likes to that. That's how you amplify. That's called synergy, ladies and gentlemen. Synergy. We did that. Never forget it. Never forget it. We got to celebrate. We got to celebrate Wes and Franklin for all the hard work that they do in service to white well-being. behind the scenes, bringing so many of these victories, a fraction of each week. We try to bring as many as we can to you. We want to also thank everybody who showed up at the Donald Trump Jr. stream, which is the place that enabled us to do what you're looking at the screen right now. So we want to give a thank you to Biospirit of the West, the Nameless One, the Robert, the Ivan, and the Franklin, all on the stream this week, swashing gloriously on Trump's #1 son. Let's keep it going for Azimuth Clark, ladies and gentlemen. Azimuth Clark has a comment here. He says, I finished the Matt Walsh episode 1777, and Matt used Antiwhite 6 times from my count. Take out the ads and promos. Matt is using Antiwhite every 10 minutes or so. Matt Walsh has 3.4 million subs and is a great place to swash. How did Matt Walsh start using Antiwhite? A half dozen times in one stream. Team White Wellbeing. Thank you, Jason. Thank you to everyone swashing and everyone who joins the streams. Our work is reaching millions of people every week around the world. Let me hear it again about how nobody should follow us. I think Azimuth Clark would have something to say about it. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. I am announcing here today, it is my honor to announce a new weekly shade tree, tentatively named Under the Eucalyptus Tree. This will be hosted by our champions in Australia, Baron White and Lockie Lunda. It's going to be for most of us, I think, well, in America, of course, on Sundays from 2:30 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. Now, is that Eastern Standard Time? I believe so. In Australia, that is Australian Eastern Time, is 10:30 p.m. to 11:30 p.m. and it will be on Saturday. Remember, they are ahead of us on the calendar, ladies and gentlemen. That is tentatively named Under the Eucalyptus Tree, a new shade tree, going to be totally awesome. Down under, our champions. These guys are totally magnificent. I hope they can get the great Paulridge to show up there at that time too. That would be amazing. I've gone to their group meetings. They're the coolest guys ever, and they're totally white positive. Give it up for Baron White, Lockie Lunder, and everyone participating. And of course, to the great Biospirit of the West, organizing and endeavoring to create more of these shade trees. Totally epic performance. God bless. God bless you all. I'm going to give a big thank you to Rapunzel for getting me items for news and for the quick news and laughs. A big thank you on your feet, 007s, to Rapunzel, getting me items for news and quick news. I really appreciate it. Let's head on over to X, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for Cardia Nebula, because we start off big this week on X. 35,000 people. 35,000 exposed to the lexical and dialectical ledger domain of Go Free by Cardia Nebula in the audience of Radio Genoa. That's how you get it done. That's how we change the world right there. Give it up for the swashbuckling General Cardia Nebula. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. We have from the wild, the true, right? Simply diversity. And this is an original tweet, and then shares one of our epic memes. Our memes and our music get around the deboosting. Let's get it going for the true. 2,000 people exposed to this meme this week, thanks to this one from the wild. God bless you, the true. We'll keep it going, ladies and gentlemen. Justin McDaniel, you know he's a hero. 3,500 people exposed to Go Free this week by Justin McDaniel in the audience of Daniel Concannon. Give it up for the swashbuckling Commander Justin McDaniel. Keep it going for Oliver, the great Oliver. 5,817 exposed to Go Free this week in the audience of John Carter. Give it up for Shannon Oliver as we race through Antiwhites of X, ladies and gentlemen. 18.2 freaking thousand. 18.2 thousand souls exposed to Go Free this week by Antiwhites of X in the audience of the dirtbag Jake Lang. Keep it going for Antiwhite of X. Justin McDaniel, he wants to climb up on the scoreboard again. James has inspired him. 8,000 people exposed to go free by the great Justin McDaniel in the audience of Elon Musk. We're still keeping it rolling, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this. Lockie Lunder, 3,000 and climbing, empowered by Go Free, by the great Lockie Lunder, doing glorious swashing here in the audience of Mario Newfall. Let's keep it going. Nevada Liberty 1864 in the wild, working on 10,000 views this week. One of our memes, one of our glorious memes in the audience of Elon Musk. All of this synergy of Go Free reaching people like Elon Musk and so many others. Keep that celebration going. Will Tanner, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Will Tanner. 1,400, so 1,500 people exposed to Go Free in the audience of the American Tribune. This from the wild Will Tanner. Show the love. It's one of our memes yet again. 3,600, ladies and gentlemen, empowered by the Go Free dialogic here by the Ancestral Wolf. Great job, my brother. In the audience of Christine Jürgen. Give it up for the Ancestral Wolf. Here we have the great biospirit of the West himself, OT leader. 1,615 empowered this week in the audience of Congressman Brandon Gill. I love this. Best to call, quote, DEI what it really is, anti-white. When this guy starts saying it and saying it regularly, it will be this group. It will be Biospirit of the West. It'll be the OT. It'll be the solo actors. So when all that garbage that says don't listen to them shows up and says you didn't do that, know that as a proof of the work that we are doing. Justin McDaniel, he's not finished this week. What did you think? 4,900 people empowered by Go Free this week by the swashbuckling general in the audience of Vincent James. God, is he still out there? Justin McDaniel. Cardia Nebula back again. Back again. 32,000 empowered in the audience of Radio Genoa. Give it up for Cardia Nebula. Dallas Malloy herself on the scoreboard. You should make it, folks, every one of you should make it your goal to get on the scoreboard at least with one post every single week. 3,648 people lifted to heaven in the audience of Elon Musk. Give it up for Dallas Malloy. Red, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Red. 19.1 thousand exposed. Right here, you see it. Give it up for Red big time. Look at our memes at work. Red is magnificent. This in the audience of Visegrad 24. Give it up for Red. Almost 20,000 people. Hey Buddy is on the scoreboard this week. Andreas Johansson, 5,000 people plus. He says race mixing is white erasure. Give it up for Andreas Johansson. Big salutes. Cardia Nebula back again. 8,000 more this week. Empowered. Epic meme usage. Epic memeage. I love it. Anti-whiteism is the greatest evil in the West. It absolutely is. This in the audience of 9mm SMG. Metaron. 5,000 empowered here. He says all white erasure must. And there's Biospirit of the West supporting it, loving it. Metaron. 5,000 empowered in the audience of Dave Brink. The white erasure must stop. God, we are really empowering. Biospirit of the West back again, ladies and gentlemen. What's he saying here? With 1,137 more people he carries with him into heaven's glory and the redemption of our people. Here in the audience of Adam Johnston. Give it up for Biospirit of the West. Will Tanner, ladies and gentlemen. Check out the meme usage. How many people? He said, I love this here. This is hilarious. The most people that ever watched The Tonight Show tuned in to watch it go out of business. 8,432 and climbing, empowered by Will Tanner. And then we have this latest joke, the Biospirit of the West, back again. 7,000 more. He empowers with the lexical and dialectical legerdemain of Go Free. Give it up for the OT leader himself. This in the audience of Right Angle News. And we're not even done yet. Let's hear from Dapper Dev.
Many people are actually offended that you call out the obvious anti-white rhetoric. It's crazy to me. And like I always say, you can knock Chud the Builder all you want. I'm all for that. If you think he's mean and he shouldn't say that stuff, fair enough. Fair enough. I'm with you. But then don't come after me when I call out rappers referring to whites as crackers, or you're a piece of shit and you're my enemy. Hip hop music is founded in anti-whiteism. It's at the root of it all, it's anti-whiteism.
Yes.
That's all that it is, bro. So stop acting like it's not. Stop giving that a pass and then get mad at people like Chud the Builder because he's calling out scum that are reenacting hip hop culture, which is destroying all of your cities and states, quite frankly.
Give it up for Dapper Dev, ladies and gentlemen, using anti-whiteism, and as a result, empowering our people around planet Earth. But we're not done there, ladies and gentlemen. We have Free Blanche as well.
Whiteism in a nutshell. That white people are inherently bad. So, if white people are inherently bad, then by default, everybody else is inherently good. If white people are inherently bad, then everybody else is inherently good. So no one else, meaning no other non-white person, has to pass any kind of character test. It's just assumed that they're good because they aren't white. And this is literally the foundation of anti-whiteism.
Yes, show this man some love. Show Free Blanche some big love, ladies and gentlemen. Big salutes to this champion standing up, empowering all those who stand against anti-whiteism of all backgrounds. God bless you, brother. Let's move on to, I think this is Icht Mel. 15,000 people have seen this video.
Anti-whiteism. Well, that's where I think that the anger comes from, too, for white people.
Right from the jump. Let's hear it again.
Stop anti-whiteism. Well, that's where I think that the anger comes from, too, for white people. Because there is a lot of, like, white hate, you know?
Our work is changing how our victimization is discussed on planet Earth. This is quantum. This is bigger than the universe itself, ladies and gentlemen. And you are doing this. We are literally changing the world. Nothing like this is beyond atomic weapons. Nothing like this has ever been done. Let's hear it for Ichtmel and the use there. Non-white people, whether anti-white or white positive or whatever they might be, they're going to be able to easily see and identify, once they have the tools, anti-whiteism, and they won't be afraid to say it. And you know what that means? That all those white cucks out there, when the black guys start talking about anti-whiteism, the white cucks out there will say, oh, it must be okay to talk about it. And then what happens? And then how fast does it happen? Let's keep it going. We're not done there either. We have, I think this is Redger, almost 10,000 views of this, ladies and gentlemen.
They're doing everything in their power to, control what woke is, like not address what real left-wing propaganda, like what the purpose of left-wing propaganda is, you know what I mean? Like, I think there's no point in asking this question because I think everyone's going to say yes, but it really just feels like they have handlers. The handlers say, no, you can't talk about white erasure, blah, 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 to any significant degree. But that's kind of what surprised me about the Disparu selling out thing, where it's like he did talk about white erasure in his British ads vid, kind of, and then he praises Sinners, which is like one of the at least more obvious anti-white movies. Like it is kind of obvious. Yeah, you can't trust anyone these days.
Folks, it is exactly what I told you. In circles that you can't even imagine, in circles that you would never, in recreation that you would never participate in, the language, the concepts can filter into all of it. How much evidence do you need to see? This is some heroic guy that I would never come across. I would never know. He's gaming. He's talking to other gamers. He's talking about anti-white and white erasure. How many times do I and by extension all of you have to be proven right? Big salutes to this fellow right here, Redger. Keep it going, man. Keep it going. We've got one more. Nux Taku, is that how he's pronounced? Nearly 35,000 people have seen this clip.
All right, let's be honest. I don't think that, Ryan Gosling starring Martin Luther King, Martin Luther King starring Ryan Gosling would work. All right, but 12 years as a slave with white actors. I don't know, man. I feel like that wouldn't work, actually. Now, this is systematic white erasure. It is not a mistake. It is not an accident. It is done on purpose. There is no other explanation for this other than the fact that they hate your culture and they want it removed across the West. And it's very obvious that it's not working anymore. Nolan's Odyssey, all right, everyone's talking about this now. We'll talk about this a little more right now. Nolan's Odyssey problem, diversity without Greeks is not diversity. So focused on diversity in the Odyssey, there's no Greeks. Understand, it's a systematic erasing of your culture, and the reason is simple. It's because they hate you, actually.
Oh my God. Another great example of environments where, I would never be watching, and it's made its way and continuing to make its way because of all of you and all of your hard working in the House of Swash. It is everywhere. It's able to be picked up by everybody. If you've been with me long enough, you have heard me say for so many years, so many years, exactly how Go Free can work, will work, is working, and you see this evidence everywhere. Nothing could be more obvious. You are not going to find it. You are not going to find this kind of genius. You're not going to find this kind of success. And think of, we've got next to $0 doing it. Big salutes to this guy and every one of you. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 seconds. We'll be right back. Let's keep it going, ladies and gentlemen, for the financial gifts. And we'll start off right away with one we know will always show up. There's so many that will always, thank God. Thank God we wouldn't be able to pay for all these different software and streaming platforms. Dude Bro Moment, $50 from Dude Bro Moment. Quadruple 07s, crowns and gems for the great dude, the great bro, the great moment. And with those $50, he always says, for white well-being. Let's keep it going for Corey. Another so dependable. Gotta love him. $50 from Corey. $50 Corey. Happy Memorial Day. No more brothers wars. That is a beautiful thing to tag on to your $50. He waved a grant in the air and he said, no more brothers wars. God bless this champion. Abso-freaking-lutely. The great Corey has spoken, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it going. Let's see right here. Want to make sure we don't miss anybody. Keep it. Let's get it. Let's get Raucous celebration for a third $50 financial gift from Jay Bishop herself. $50, ladies and gentlemen. $50. $50 more dollars from Jay Bishop. And she writes, with that grant that she walked into the House of Swash with, in memory of Ken T. Massey. In memory of Ken T. Massey. Thank you so much. $50 from Jay Bishop. Thank you for that. In memory of Ken T. Massey. And I think that's all we have. We also have Weldon. Yes, I wasn't going to miss you, Weldon. $5 bill. He walks in with a Lincoln. The great Weldon. $5 bill when he walks in the House of Swash. He always shows up, doesn't he? And he says, God bless. God bless you, good brother. And great to see you. Thank the good Lord. Imagine if we had the hundreds of thousands of dollars that have been given by actual white people for legal issues. Imagine that. Imagine, well, it's not just hundreds of thousands. I mean, just in the past decade, since we've been together, millions of dollars have been totally wasted on strategies that I said from the very beginning, this will happen. And then what happened? Exactly that. I remember all the heat I took. I mean, serious heat. I was uninvited from an event because I said American Renaissance will 100% lose its case with Twitter. Hundreds of millions of dollars. Imagine what we've done with just enough money to keep the lights on. But we have the genius of the white man. We are the genius of the white man working in his garage, toiling away, supported by a woman of the West who are toiling away in the various ways that they can, like we saw with Cindy Ben and all of the great that she has done. Big salutes to all of these champions and all of you. God bless you so much. Yeah, if people would stop dumping money, and again, I'm not talking about the anti-whites that are financing anti-non-white activities to the tunes of many millions. I'm talking about the real dollars from real white investors that have been completely wasted in ways that we predicted. Let's get into the mailbag. There's mail in the mailbag, ladies and gentlemen. Thaumatological mailbag. Let's see what's inside. Well, we have $10 financial gift. Ladies and gentlemen, a $10 financial gift from the great Randy. Thank you so much, Randy. I appreciate it. And we got a personal note here, so I won't be reading it out. But I will say, brother, you are a total hero. No worries whatsoever. We love you. No worries whatsoever. The great Randy has spoken in the Thaumatological mailbag, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it rolling. We have our announcements to get to and your comments and questions. And we're going to make it pretty quick, our lesson of the day, because we've gone over. But Repentant Villain is kind of quick, and we've talked about it recently anyhow. So let's get to our announcements. Announcements for the day. The first one is, please pray for Grace and her dog, Steve. He is coming up this week on his cancer surgery, and he needs the positivity. They need to feel the positive energy and the positive prayers. It could be, nothing is certain with surgeries on old dogs. And we want it to be as positive and as uplifting and filled with energy and a golden vibe as he heads into this procedure. And good Lord willing, they will have extracted the cancer before it has spread. And this dog means a great, great deal to Grace. So please, positive energy and prayers. And now on a much sadder note, it's come to my attention that the father of Jay Bishop's young children, Ken, as you saw, she financially gifted in his name, has passed away. This is Jay Bishop's young children's father has passed away. Please pray and send positive energy to them in what will undoubtedly be maybe one of the toughest periods in their lives. So much love and big salutes. Your father won't be forgotten, and you will live on. He will live on in you, and you will do great things for yourselves, for the West, for our people. You'll become great son and daughter of the West, and will honor him. Big salutes. I'm really sorry to hear that happened. It's never a good time for a parent, a husband, a wife to pass away, but it's never good when you're very young. So remember, you're tagging me. Benny is here. Hello, Benny. He's saying, get it. Let's get the likes up to 250. Let's do it. Give the stream a like on YouTube. Janice is with us. Great to see you, Janice. Flaccid Snake is here. Hello and welcome. I'm sending you some Bitcoin now. $50. Your message is truly inspiring. Filthy, angry Irish peasant. Let's get some applause. Oh my God. You will be the first person to send any cryptocurrency in 2 years almost, I think. This big salutes. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Guy comes in with a cool name. He's chatting us up. He's saying great things. And then he's going to toss in $50 of Bitcoin. Thank you so much, brother. And I'll look for it showing up on this end. Thank you. White Wyvern is here. Hello and welcome. Yes, hatred of non-whites did nothing for our people. Our love for our own can motivate and sustain us to achieve greatness and endure adversity. 100%. Just read, as I've shared before, read those times in history when our people have done amazing, miraculous things, resplendent things in service of whatever. Maybe it's warfare, maybe it's specifically for our people, maybe it's an artistic pursuit, and you will find that love was motivating them. That's what's motivating all of this. All these people, none of them can be paid. If we were paid all the money that go into these lawyers' pockets so that they can make Lexus, Lamborghini, even some of these lawyers, BMW, Mercedes payments, payments on the second house, payments on the third house. I remember one, I won't give away the names, at least not yet, but a law firm was hired by people in the white sympathetic sphere, and they thought, we're absolutely going to win because this lawyer is super successful, super wealthy. The guy had literally like 3 or 4 houses. They said, Jason, he has a house in this part of Florida, the richest part of Florida. He has a house in, I think it was Northern California. He has a house in New York. And he's super rich, and he's always winning cases. There's no way lost the case. All those dollars went into his pocket to buy more stuff for himself. Could you imagine if instead of putting money in legal defenses and law cases and everything that always inevitably will fail until the social morality begins to turn around, could you imagine if that were coming here? What we could do? Amazing. And then I'll talk about that. I'll be able to point out logically all of our successes. It's obvious. You can follow A to B to C. I'll talk about that. And then all the good that we could do. Think about how much more we could do with all of that money. And then they say, you're just jealous because they're getting the money. They're getting the money and flushing it down the toilet. They're not even, well, at least certainly back in the day, they're handing it out for all of this fruitless, ineffective, and inevitably ineffective garbage. And now you're just making taboo grifters rich, like Fuentes, who's a millionaire. And is Stu Peters a millionaire now too? I would guess that he was, but I haven't looked it up yet. So maybe he is. Okay, so Antiwhitism 777 is helping me out here. He says, Redger is a clipper. The guy talking, I see. Redger was the clipper. The guy talking was Synthetic Man. Thank you for that. Synthetic Man. My apologies, Synthetic Man. Our Irish peasant saying Andre Williams is sold dude too. YT has black creators that realize that anti-whiteism will destroy, or solid dude. So Andre Williams is also a solid dude, he says. He says there are black creators on YouTube that realize that anti-whiteism will destroy this country. Absolutely. There are good black people out there. There are going to be black people out there, non-white people in general, that are just selfish, and they say, wait a second, this anti-whiteism is going to destroy everything. I've got to oppose it. There are going to be non-white people out there that, and they don't care actually about us. There are going to be non-white people out there that are taboo grifters, and they're going to say, hey, this is catching on. I can get some attention and some dollars. But there are also going to be non-white people out there that say, hey, this is completely immoral. It will destroy the world, our world, the West that we live in. So we've got to combat it 100%. Thank you all. Personal thank you from your hierarch for everybody celebrating the 07s and the emojis. It fills my heart with joy. Thank you all. Ivan leading the way as always. Anti-whiteism 777, also tons of well done, you all. Thank you. Hyperborean Dream is with us, keeping an eye out for your comments. Lambda says, now that we got Trump, do you think we will be able to defeat anti-whiteism? New viewer here. Well, welcome. Thank you for. We are defeating. So there's not a moment of defeating it. There's not an end of history. We are defeating it. The lexicon, the dialectics of Go Free are spreading. As you can see, people, exactly as I said, not as an accident. And that's the important thing for you to know. I've been at this for 3 decades, and I've been arguing for 2.5 for Go Free. I started making pamphlets way back in the day before the internet carried any of this stuff. And everybody showed up with their own. I showed up with pamphlets, Go Free pamphlets, sharing those. So I articulated exactly how this can work with reason and logic. We proved it in people's lives. On the internet, we are proving it in leaps and bounds that it can be promulgated, be adopted everywhere by normal white people in every. So you'll never bowl. There'll be bowling leagues, people talking about this using the lexicon. So maybe you bowl. You never do archery. There'll be people talking about it there. There'll be people talking about it in the boardroom at IBM. There'll be people talking about it in the halls of governance. So it's this incremental climb supplanting the moral imperative of the day, which is the anti-white immoral imperative, measuring everything by anti-white standards. We displace it, and we are demonstrated that in abundance, voluminous demonstration, that we displace it with the lexicon that's created to displace it. And you can see we don't need to take over political parties. We don't need to take over police departments. We don't need to take over the local grocery store. We don't need to take over the Republican Party or the Democrat Party. We don't need to create a new party. We don't need to do any of that. That's not how America or Canada or the United Kingdom or Switzerland or any Western country was lost. It was lost by the exact same method that we are using here to take it back. And nothing else could ever work, because anti-whiteism is psychological warfare and became the social morality which trumps everything, religion, ethics, laws, everything in the West. So if you have something that displaces and defeats that, then you can take back all of these spaces. And it will happen everywhere. It will happen everywhere. Just as you're seeing evidence of it, it will happen everywhere. And that's the only way that this could have worked. So yes, we're taking it back, and it can happen quite rapidly. We had Musk using some of the concepts, Donald Trump using some of the concepts, Donald Trump Jr. using concepts, Matt Walsh, we have promulgated to all of them, Mark Dice, so many others, Dapper Dev, so many others. It's growing in heaps and bounds. So there'll not be like a moment where there is some entity where a flag goes up and a program is debuted and it takes over everything. No, it will suddenly be that white people find themselves in environments where white positivity is winning against the anti-whiteism that they have suffered their whole lives. And this will happen not only in your household as you swash on those environments, so promulgate, share the lexicon and dialectics in the circles of your influence, but it will also be happening in the households of the wealthiest, of the most powerful, of the most connected. Just the exact same way anti-whiteism worked before. God bless you, man. Thank you for being here. Let's listen to a little bit of a beautiful song by the great Slots while we take a final look around the room. Make sure you tag me and I'll pull up Repentant Villain.
I see your pain in the silence where no one dares to go. The weight of a world that's been unkind, so heavy it's hard to show. There's a story behind those eyes of a love that's been denied. Underneath it all you're holding tight, but the scars, they don't lie. In the face of this pain, in this endless strife, anti-whitism tries to claim your life. The stories they write don't tell of our tears, but I hear your voice and I hold you near. For all the times you heard the lies, all the times you doubt your worth, know there's a truth they tried to hide. Your beauty shaped upon this earth. I see the weight you carry every day, the lies they spin, the games they play. In the silence of your heart you know what's true, that you're more than the world says of you. In the face of this pain, in this endless strife, anti-whitism tries to claim your life. The stories they write don't tell of our tears, but I hear your voice and I hold you near. They try to cloud your light with lies and with deceit, calling out your name, trying to drag you off your feet. But hold on, stay strong. This isn't how it ends. You've got the power with truth that never bends. In the face of this pain, in this endless strife, anti-whitism tries to claim your life. The stories they write don't tell of our tears, but I hear your voice and I hold you near. For the ones who've come before and the ones yet to be, we carry a light, and now we'll see.
Beautiful Police by Sloth. Show the man some love. We had David over here on Premium Rumble said we need thousands of white communities across the planet. Somehow, some way, this must happen. We must fight for this above any other issue. It's our last hope for survival. Yes and no. White communities in and of themselves are not going to stop. They will be targeted by anti-whiteism. White people, as I articulated earlier, can and move together when and where they want to, away from the consequences of the white erasure of our norms, to build their families. The number one issue at all is, and to answer the question that we had over here from Lambda, what is the best thing I can do for white people right now? Go free. This is the most important thing you can do for white people. You need to address the meme pathogens. You'll learn about it here in Go Free. You need to address them in your own mind. so that you can center our people, which you've never done. None of us did before this. So don't feel bad. It's a consequence of growing up in the anti-white world, in the anti-white narrative. This, David, is the number one thing. All the evidence of victories is here. There's no evidence of victories building white communities. So, yes, if you're a white person and you know some other white families and you all want to move together to an existing town, keep it quiet that you're there for the fact that you're white and that you want to be around other white people. Only bring people in that are very close. Don't let the town know about it. You just do it. You're just normal white people moving someplace together. Rear your children together, but you have to inoculate them. If you don't inoculate them, they will grow up to hate the parents, as happens everywhere all the time, which is how we got into this place. Never forget William F. Buckley and the conservative movement has been trying to sequester and just teach them about patriotism, teach them about our old ways, teach them about our old religions. And it doesn't work. You can teach all of that. Absolutely. You've got to inoculate them because we have to become a people. This is what creates us. This is what creates a people out of our deracinated race. So then further, as you're treating yourself, as you're learning about the meme pathogens, and you'll be learning the meme curatives, responses. You'll learn how to create your own on the spur of the moment. And this is an iterative program, a graduated program. So as you work through the manual, you will get stronger and better. Come to these gatherings so you can hear how we talk about these stories to teach you the lens of Go Free. So the purpose of the story is a catalyst for you to introduce the lexicon and dialectics, the concepts and the arguments. You take what you're learning as you're treating yourself. It's a lifelong process. It never goes away. If you can't forget how to ride a bicycle or drive a car, it never goes away. So all of that's trapped in the subconscious mind. You create counter triggers with this. As you're doing that, you work at influencing your circles of influence. That's going to be your family at the dinner table. That's potentially, depending upon your work environment, colleagues or coworkers at work. It's going to be friend groups, and it's going to be circles of influence, might be online communities that you go and visit. Like you see our solo activists and our OT activists, they go into the chats of other streamers, and they spread the lexicon and dialectics there. Other people pick them up, and before you know it, you suddenly have some streamer as some cartoon character on the side of a screen, and he's talking about white erasure this and anti-white that. That's what you can do. So the real battlefield is the lathe, the water cooler, the dinner table, that friendship conversation over coffee. That's the real battlefield. That's where we lost the West. That's where we take these tools and win. It takes bravery and courage. It takes no bravery or courage or strength or intelligence to get online and talk about some kind of a war, some kind of violence, some kind of day of the rope garbage. Those people don't do anything. I've known people talking like that have passed away. A lot of them. They did zero good. How would you like that to be like written on your tombstone? Did nothing of any value. Lived supposedly for one main thing and did nothing of any value for that one thing over the course of their life. People in this community have already achieved literally miraculous things for white well-being. That'll be able to be on their tombstone. That'll be known by their family members who will love them for those moral acts. So thank you so much for that question. Let's jump into the repentant villain really quickly. Page 91, edition 2, iteration 2. As noted above, the character roles depicted within the anti-white narrative and adopted in the real world are the villain and the repentant villain. Whereas the villain is the antagonist, the repentant villain is not necessarily the reverse. Note that. Not necessarily the reverse. In fact, never is. So we've got the villain. We saw a bunch of them show up today while they were being black pegged, playing the villain in the anti-white narrative, which means they're part of the system. And then you have these people like Lucas Gage recently, who for a second time have flipped over to be... Now, repentant villain under this definition, under various names, has been in the practice forever, and under that name forever. So you can look at this and say, wow, he predicted this behavior. And it happens all the time. The repentant villain has merely dropped one prepared role of the villain for another. Most often, the repentant villain feels remorse. He rejects some or most of the speech, ideas, and behaviors that characterized who he was when he played the villain. Richard Spencer became a repentant villain. Matthew Heimbach became a repentant villain. Such repentant villains often quietly drop out of the white sympathetic activities, groups, and relationships, but occasionally the repentant villain becomes a saboteur, driven by mercenary greed, anti-white fanaticism, desire for money, desire for aggrandizement, etc. He seeks attention and acceptance, financial gain, by way of anti-white speech and behavior, as well as telling his story or her story. And we see Lucas Gage doing that right now. There is likely some degree of repentant villain in the heart of every Westman playing the villain. The antagonist role does not comport with our biospirit. It is not natural for Westman to think and act outside of an objective moral matrix. Such internal conflicts is probably the cause of most of the childish tantrums that antagonists are known for. So another really important thing to call these people is antagonists. As human beings, we live in a narrative. We always live in a narrative. We don't live in the real world. We live inside of a narrative that is fictionalized reality, a little bit of reality, and a lot of fiction. And our subconscious brain, our subconscious mind can't understand the difference. It doesn't know the difference between reality and fiction. That's where we're forced to live our lives. Never forget it. Because when you understand that, you begin to truly grapple with the reality of prepared roles of villainy for resistance to anti-whiteism. You begin to truly grapple with the lenses that are used to understand events in your world, events in your life, events beyond your immediate family, which are always provided to you from outside sources. It is a fiction in which we live our lives. So the repentant villain is just another role in that story. Again, an antagonist. We choose not to be in that story. That's why we are so revolutionary. The story is determined by the concepts that are used for the interpretation of events in the world. That's what determines the story that you're in. And as I've argued for years and years and told for so many years, oh, you can't do that. And no, that's not the case. We always held all the cards. We always held all the power, because and the demonstration of that is that the anti-whites still have to propagandize us. If they didn't have to propagandize us, they wouldn't. That means we get to decide the language with which we are spoken to. If we decide the language with which we are spoken to, if we decide Martian, the anti-whites will have to speak Martian. So if we decide we're going to use anti-white, anti-whiteism, white erasure, white well-being, anti-white narrative, Western kind, etc., if we decide we're going to use those concepts, they will use those concepts to speak to us. And we have demonstrated that over the years. I was right all along. All of the thinking brass in the old, wizened, loser, white sympathetic sphere were wrong. And they kept me out to the detriment of our people. God bless you all for coming by here today. We ran over, but it was worth it. I don't see any other. Let's see. Masumik says, please pray for us in Orange County, California. She says she's near Garden. Is it fires? Yeah, send out some prayers. And we know there's anti-whiteism. Some prayers and positive energy to Masumik and all of our brothers and sisters in Orange County, California. Natural disaster or anti-whiteism, whatever it is. Let's make sure that we send them prayers and positive energy. First Last has arrived. Oh, he says to check Cash App one more time before we're out of here. Well, wouldn't you know it? We've got two. Our man. Let's give it up for our man. Raucous emojis, 007s for our man. $50. Our man has shown up. $50. And I'm lucky I remembered that you like to be called our man. $50. And he says, for white well-being. I love it. $50 more to keep the lights on in service to white well-being. Thank you so much, champion. And the one and only musical genius, First Last. Magnificent champion in service to white well-being. First Last writes victory. Financially gifting $30. $30 for 007s. Raucous emojis and gems for this hero. $30 from the great First Last. And when you know it, the great dude bro moment has shown. We celebrated your brother. We know you're always going to be here. What a champ. As predicted. Lambda says, you opened my eyes before I went down the Chud the Dud route. Oh, I love it. Awesome. And you know how angry that makes all those black pegged guys out there? That you came, obviously you are a better quality person and they're not. So God bless you for that. And I'm so happy we could be there to redeem you from that. That's what we do here in service. We redeem our brothers and sisters in service to white well-being with love, hope, and redemption. We are taking back our destiny, ladies and gentlemen. Sometimes faster, sometimes slower. It's working everywhere. Nonetheless, we are going to have an epic week with an extra shade tree coming up on Sunday. I think it's at 2:30 Eastern. No, that's Australia, Eastern Australia time. 10:30, I think is what it is, Eastern Standard Time. We'll check and we'll make sure you know. But tomorrow on Monday, we have Seeds of the Shade Tree with Justin and Robert at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I will see every one of you there and then back again on a Wednesday so we can continue to recapture our destiny from the anti-white garbage. Their day is nigh as we rise and the sun with us in the west. God bless you all. Let's go free.